Chapter 839. Not martial arts? Chun Chun and Peacock asked curiously, Then what is it? This. Nanjing Fan was at a loss for words. Maybe it's luck? Maybe it's fate? Maybe it's a test of the mind? I'm not sure myself. After all, I've participated in the selection, but I didn't succeed. However, according to Senior Sister, martial arts shouldn't be that important. She also said that if I can improve my Mortal Heart Sutra, I might be able to pass the selection. Io, Master, that means Senior Sister still has a chance. Chun Chun said happily. Isn't that so? It's because Peacock's Mortal Heart Sutra is so good that even though her martial arts aren't the best, doesn't the sect leader still regard her as an elite? Even the sect leader sent Peacock to the sacrificial ceremony in Carefree City? Senior Sister, if you become the sect leader, you must take good care of me. Chun Chun began to plan for his future. We haven't even taken any shape yet. What's the point of saying this? Peacock shook her head. Book in advance. You're in a bad situation now, so it's easier to talk to you. If you really pass the selection, it won't be easy for me to talk to you. It's better to say it now. Chun Chun curled his lips and said, I know. Who doesn't care? Who doesn't care about you? Hurry up and cultivate. Who knows? You might pass the selection, and I might not. All right, the two of you stop quarreling. Don't I only have the two of you as my disciples? It's good that you two love each other. It's only a few days until the selection. Hurry up and cultivate. You only have one chance. If you fail this time, you won't have another chance in the future. It's better to make good use of this opportunity. Nanjing Fan said, and walked out of the pavilion, leaving Peacock and Chun Chun to meditate and cultivate the Mortal Heart Sutra under the moonlight. However, not long after, Peacock opened her eyes and looked at the setting full moon. She thought to herself, why is this happening? I haven't seen this person for a long time. Why did he appear again today? Could it be that I can't get rid of this nemesis in my life? The nemesis that the Peacock spoke of was not at the Shurshin Peak, as she had imagined. Instead, it was at a small hut in the fiery palace, which was an unknown distance away from the Peacock. Its body was shining as it absorbed the starlight, and its eyes were closed as it slept. A few days passed, and Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Pinger around Lihua Temple. In fact, it was similar to Tuo Dan Hall. It was divided into medicinal herbs and alchemy. However, the medicinal herbs were all rare and precious. Ordinary herbs were not important. As for alchemy, it was done in the alchemy room. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua did not have the qualifications to observe at the moment. She could only look at it from afar. Even her divine sense could not pry into it. However, Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy skills had reached a high level, and she no longer coveted the alchemy skills of Lingxiang Peak. Instead, she was amazed at how many medicinal herbs were grown in Lihua Temple. Occasionally, when she asked, Zhang Pinger would not explain in detail. She only said that there was a special method in the temple that could only be used by disciples with profound internal energy. As for what it was, she could not tell Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua had some doubts. Since Lingxiang Peak could grow these rare medicinal herbs, why would they plant some medicinal herbs that could not germinate on Tianmu Peak? Fortunately, Zhang Pinger basically did not treat Zhang Xiaohua as an outsider. Except for the secret of the temple that could not be said, these things that could not be regarded as secrets were also bluntly told. The reason was simple. When Lihua Hall planted rare spiritual grasses, it would consume something, and the more it was used, the less it would be used. If it wasn't for Lihua Hall's spiritual grasses, such as the rejuvenating jade pill, which was an essential elixir used by the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, Lihua Hall would only plant some spiritual grasses. The cost of planting such spiritual grasses was too high. Even from Lingering Fragrance Peak's point of view, it wasn't very cost-effective. When they saw that Huanxi Mountain Villa could grow spiritual grasses without using their own methods, they were naturally overjoyed. According to the purpose of frugality, they would interrogate the cultivation method of spiritual grasses while planting some spiritual grasses on Tianmu Peak, hoping to find a feasible way to grow them. After listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that the method of planting the medicinal herbs in Lihua Hall was definitely related to the primordial stones. That was to say, they had their own unique incantation. Well, it could not be called an incantation. It was just like the three auspicious treasures of the Righteous Alliance. They used something similar to an incantation to guide the primordial stones out of the primordial stones and instilled it into the medicinal herbs in the medicinal field. Perhaps this was the real method of planting the medicinal herbs when the immortal Tao was flourishing. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and guessed very matter-of-factly. Of course, planting the medicinal herbs like planting crops was really not very compatible with the status of the medicinal herbs. During this period, Zhang Xiaohua also secretly inquired about Zhong Pei's location. She roughly knew that he was on the mountainside of the lingering fragrance peak. As for the specific location, Zhang Xiaohua did not know. Moreover, there were many restrictions on the lingering fragrance peak. If one did not have the waste token of the lingering fragrance peak, one could only move within one's own area and could not even take a step away from it. Even within the boundary of Mo Xian Palace, there was a powerful protective array. According to what Zhang Xiaohua said, it was so powerful that even the protective array at the foot of the mountain could not be compared to it. Therefore, without understanding the situation of the entire lingering fragrance peak, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily gave up the idea of directly rushing to the peak of lingering fragrance peak. She did not know why, but the martial arts test that Zhang Xiaohua's master had arranged had not been carried out. Although this test was extremely simple to Zhang Pinger, without this test, Zhang Xiaohua would not be able to obtain the waste token of an inner disciple. Therefore, she often went to look for her master and did not come to look for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also saw some clues and asked Zhang Pinger if there were any accidents. However, Zhang Pinger frowned and said that Mo Xian Palace of Lingering Fragrance Peak had some urgent matters and required the cooperation of the various hall masters. Therefore, there was no time. However, she would often look for her master and let her inform eldest senior sister to carry out the test as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaohua actually did not care too much. Seeing that Zhang Pinger was anxious, she comforted her. Anyway, she was already in distant Flame Hall, and it was only a matter of time. Zhang Pinger only forced a smile and accompanied Zhang Xiaohua for a while before leaving in a hurry. She must have gone to look for her master again. After Zhang Pinger left, Zhang Xiaohua sent her off with his gaze. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A personal disciple of the mythical Fire Hall's Vice Hall Master was accompanying a little medicine boy who had just arrived at the mythical Fire Hall every day. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not directly say her thoughts, but how could Zhang Xiaohua, who had been baptized by Nie Qinyu, not see the hidden meaning in her words? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly regretting. Of course, she should have refused to come to Lingering Fragrance Peak when she was at Shixin Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head again. How could she defy the hierarch's orders? Maybe I should find a chance to talk to Zhang Pinger? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but then she scratched her head again. What should I say? What can I say? She was conflicted, and at her wit's end. It was really difficult to reject and say hurtful words. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was pondering and even delaying her cultivation, she suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. Before the footsteps reached the front of the room, they stopped and shouted, "Junior, Brother Run, are you in the room?" Hearing someone calling her, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Everyone she knew on Lingering Fragrance Peak was female. Now that a male disciple was calling her, it must not be a good thing. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua walked out, it was a disciple she had never seen before. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao. May I know what is the matter, senior brother?" The disciple returned the greeting and said with a smile, "My surname is Ma. You can call me Senior Brother Ma. However, the person who is looking for you is not me, but Senior Brother Yin." Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. "Senior Brother Yin? Who is it? I don't seem to know him." Senior Brother Ma stepped forward and pulled her affectionately. "It doesn't matter if you don't know him now. In any case, we will be disciples of Distant Fire Palace in the future. How can you not know Senior Brother Yin?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned, and pulled her arm out without a trace. She smiled and said, I am not a disciple of distant fire palace yet. Whether I can pass the test or not is another matter. Why don't I pay a visit to senior brother Yin after I officially become a disciple of distant fire palace? What do you think? Senior brother Ma's expression changed slightly when he saw this. His tone was a little cold as he said, Senior brother Yin is the eldest senior amongst the male disciples of the distant fire palace. I think that he is extremely protective of us male disciples. Senior brother Yin is probably looking for junior brother Ren because he is concerned about junior brother Ren's future. He has good intentions. Junior brother Ren's pretentious actions may not necessarily hurt senior brother Yan's feelings. Even the disciples of the distant fire palace do not know how they view junior brother Ren. If I were junior brother Ren, I would definitely make this trip. Haha, my future. How the disciples of distant fire palace view me. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she unconsciously sneered from the bottom of her heart. Do I still care about how others view me? Do I still need to be afraid of how others view me? She originally wanted to put down her pride and ignore him. However, when she thought about how flustered she was, she decided to go out for a walk instead of staying there. Who knows, she might be able to gain something. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, So that's how it is. Then I really have to thank senior brother Yin for his concern. Then, it's better to accept politely than to decline courteously. Senior brother Ma, please lead the way. I'm still not familiar with the situation of the fiery palace, so please don't lead me to the fork in the road. These words had a double meaning. Senior brother Ma's expression changed a little. However, it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He laughed and said, Junior brother Ren must be joking. We are all disciples of distant fire palace and see each other frequently. How can I lead you to the fork in the road? Come, junior brother Ren, this way please. Senior brother Yin is still waiting. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and followed senior martial brother Ma to a desolate mountain valley. When Zhang Xiaohua saw senior martial brother Yin, who was casually sitting on a rock, she was stunned. Why is he here? Chapter 840. When Zhang Xiaohua saw senior martial brother Yin, who had been waiting for a long time, she was stunned. Why is he here? She might not be familiar with this person, but she had only met him once. He was the one who shared a table with Zhang Xiaohua on her first night here. Yes, he had even warned Zhang Xiaohua that he would definitely teach him when he had the time. He was indeed a man of his word. He was here to teach Zhang Xiaohua. Senior martial brother Ma walked over to senior martial brother Yin, who was casually sitting on a rock. His attitude was very respectful as he cupped his hands and bowed. Senior martial brother Yin, Ren Xiaoyao is here. Senior martial brother Yin had been watching all along. He waved his hand and said, All right, you can go now. After senior martial brother Ma left, senior martial brother Yin did not say anything. He only looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest, as if he was looking at a stranger. Zhang Xiaohua did not mind and stood straight. Although her eyes were not provocative, she did not avoid his gaze. She was also observing senior martial brother Yin. After a moment of silence, senior martial brother Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the pure white sea of clouds on lingering Fragrance Peak. He smiled and said, My name is Yin Jinhan. This should be the second time I meet junior brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua was amused by his deep look. She nodded and said, Thank you for sharing a table with me that day, senior martial brother Yin. I remember that senior martial brother Yin said that you would teach me. I did not expect that the teaching would come so quickly. Yin Jinhan glanced at her and was a little surprised. He said with disdain, Teaching? Not really. I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. A heart-to-heart talk? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Talking about life and ambitions, I have always talked to girls. I'm not interested in people like senior martial brother Yin. Yin Jinhan seemed to be touched by something. His face turned cold, and he said, Unfortunately, my heart-to-heart talk has never been about romance. I only talk to people who have eyes but fail to see. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. Since I have nothing to do, I would like to ask senior martial brother Yin for advice. What do you want to talk to me about? Brother? Yin Jinhan was even more disdainful. You want to be my brother? You're not qualified. You can just call me Senior Martial Brother Yin. Faint. Zhang Xiaohua almost vomited. She had seen disciples who were not strange, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Yin Jinhan. She could not lower herself to his level. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could only smile bitterly. Then please, Senior Martial Brother Yin. Who knows, Senior Martial Sister Zhang might have something to tell me later. Yin Jinhan became even angrier when Zhang Pinger was mentioned. He took a deep breath and stood on the huge rock. He turned his head and said, Junior Martial Brother Run, I know that you were able to establish a relationship with Senior Martial Sister Zhang from an ordinary disciple of the Pill Tower Hall. You must have put in a lot of effort to get her to help you accommodate the Deputy Hall Master and give you the status of a preparatory disciple. However, to be honest, the distant fire hall is not suitable for you. I advise you to obediently return to the White Mountain Peak and be an obedient little medicine boy. If you agree, I will give you the appropriate compensation. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy. She said with interest, I wonder what kind of compensation Senior Martial Brother Yin can give me that can make up for my regret of not being able to enter the inner sect. Yin Jinhan said with disdain, entering the inner sect is only for medicinal pills and martial arts. I will give you enough medicinal pills and a complete set of internal strength cultivation methods for inner sect disciples. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua said unhurriedly. If I enter the inner sect, what you said will be easy. If you were me, would you choose to go back? Yin Jinhan's eyes narrowed a few times. Do you think you have the confidence to pass the martial arts test? I don't have the slightest confidence. Does it have anything to do with you? Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Yin Jinhan was furious. He jumped down from the huge rock and wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua's collar. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him get close to her? Just as she was about to raise her hand to block, her heart skipped a beat. Her body tilted, and Yin Jinhan's hand was on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be angry and said, Senior Martial Brother Yin, the inner sect forbids disciples from fighting each other. If you know what's good for you, you should let go of your hand. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was acting arrogant, Yin Jinhan laughed and said, the inner sect forbids disciples from fighting each other, but it doesn't prohibit disciples from learning from each other. Junior Brother Run and I are only competing in martial arts. What can the inner sect say about that? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. At this moment, Yin Jinhan changed his expression and said coldly, Junior Brother Run, I see that you are doing well in the White Mountain Peak. Have you forgotten your identity? This is the Flame Hall of the Lingxiang Peak, not your small pill expanding hall. I don't care if you can pass the bullshit martial arts test. I just want to tell you that you should stay away from Zhang Pinger. What the? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Why is it another jealous guy? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to explain feebly, Senior Brother Yin, I think you've misunderstood. Senior Sister Zhang and I have a pure relationship. It's not like what you're imagining. Senior Sister Zhang only said a few words in front of the Vice Palace Master out of gratitude, because I saved her during the Twilight Orchid refinement. Therefore, Senior Brother Yin, you should continue to be busy with whatever you were busy with in the past. Please don't count me in. Really? You? When Yin Jinhan heard this, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. I originally thought that Senior Martial Sister Zhang had her eyes on some hero. But when I saw you, I was displeased. When I heard what you said today, I was even more displeased. Look at you, as a man. If you like Senior Martial Sister Zhang, then so be it. Why did you back off when I threatened you? I really despise your actions. I really don't know what Zhang Pinger likes about you. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but Yin Jinhan tightened his grip. Don't talk to me about saving Senior Martial Sister Zhang. Good girl, you even plucked the origin returning grass. Senior Martial Sister Zhang did all of this, right? I want to know what kind of bewitching method you used to make Senior Martial Sister Zhang so muddle-headed. Yin Jinhan tightened his grip. Zhang Xiaohua felt the force on her shoulders and immediately cried out, Senior Martial Brother, I'm telling the truth. I definitely saved Zhang Pinger. I was also the one who plucked the origin returning grass. Yin Jinhan tightened his grip even more. Who are you trying to fool? With your martial arts? You can't even withstand 3 of my moves. How did you save senior martial sister Zhang? Initially, Zhang Xiaohua felt pity for Yin Jianhan when she saw that Yin Jianhan was forcing her because of Zhang Pinger. She did not want to get involved in this dispute, so she did not retaliate. She only compromised and thought that it would be over if she took a step back. However, when she saw that Yin Jianhan's grip did not lessen and even showed signs of crippling her, she became furious. What she hated the most was to see people using their martial arts to bully others. Therefore, she coldly said, Yin Jianhan, if you're a man, then go find Yu Zhuochuan. Why do you have to make fun of me, a disciple who just entered the distant fire hall? When he heard Zhang Xiaohua mention Yu Zhuochuan, Yin Jianhan's face became even more ferocious. See, you still say that you have nothing to do with her. Even Yu Zhuochuan knows about it. Why are you still pretending? Let me take care of you first. After that, I will find Yu Zhuochuan and let him know how powerful I am. Unfortunately, Yin Jianhan's arrogance came to an end. Zhang Xiaohua could not take it anymore. She stood up and shook her arm that was grabbed by Yin Jianhan. It was as if she was shaking off a fly on her sleeve. A huge force rushed towards Yin Jianhan's arm. Yin Jianhan could not hold it in, and his body staggered backward. Huh, you're really strong. You're really strong. Yin Jianhan clapped his hands and praised. Then he got into a stance and drew circles with both his hands. It was a move that alternated between real and fake. Then he attacked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was impatient. Just like before, she shook her left hand and grabbed Yin Jianhan's neck. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's left hand approaching him at lightning speed, Yin Jianhan's eyes revealed a look of disbelief for the first time. He did not care whether his moves were real or fake. He flipped his hands upwards and spat out his inner energy. He wanted to hit Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. Seeing how Yin Jianhan's moves changed rapidly and how his palms were filled with inner energy, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use her arm to block in front of her. She retracted her arm and took a step forward. Then, she circulated her inner energy and attacked with the Big Dipper magical fist. Yin Jianhan saw that Zhang Xiaohua's moves were simple, but they were filled with energy. There were also rarely any flaws in her moves. He subconsciously stopped underestimating her and focused his attention on Zhang Xiaohua. In this short period of time, both of them had a rough understanding of each other. The more Yin Jianhan fought, the more fearful he became. Zhang Xiaohua was like a deep pool that Yin Jianhan could not see the bottom of. Zhang Xiaohua casually threw out moves. Although these moves did not look too different, they were able to block Yin Jianhan's moves with great precision. The strength in his hands was just right, able to block Yin Jianhan's internal energy. Not even a little bit more would be enough to block Yin Jianhan's internal energy. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua was even more relaxed. She casually executed a few more moves and lifted her body up. Before Yin Jianhan could react, she immediately pressed on the major acupoints on his head. Then, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes slightly as if she was thinking about something. Then, her fingers danced like butterflies and randomly pressed on Yin Jianhan's head. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's fingers left his head, Yin Jianhan, who had his acupoints pressed by Zhang Xiaohua, suddenly opened his eyes. However, the look in his eyes was lifeless as he stared straight ahead. Looking at Yin Jianhan's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked softly, "What is your name?" Yin Jianhan. Yin Jianhan's reply was a little slow and his voice was flat. "Ha ha!" Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud when she heard it. Her body spun a few times in the air and she laughed. "Bewitching finger, you really live up to your reputation." Chapter 841. When senior brother Ma walked out of the valley, he didn't walk too far. He just strolled around and muttered to himself, "Senior brother Yin, please be a little more lenient. Senior sister Zhang personally picked this guy to come to Lihua Hall. I can't afford to offend you, and I can't afford to offend senior sister Zhang. If you were to accidentally injure Ren Xiaoyao, I was the one who called him out. When he came out, many people saw him. I can't afford to bear the consequences." Just as he was anxiously pacing back and forth, praying for mercy from the heavens, he heard footsteps from the forest behind him. Senior Brother Ma immediately turned around. Before he could see clearly, he asked, "Senior Brother Yin, you wouldn't cripple that brat, right?" But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the scene in front of him. He immediately shut his mouth and stood there like a stone statue. His jaw couldn't even close. He saw Yin Jianhan holding on to Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder affectionately. As he walked, he said something. When he got closer, he waved his hand and said to Senior Brother Ma, "Junior Brother Ma, bring Junior Brother in back. He said that he doesn't know the way. If you don't bring him along, he will barge into Mo Xin Palace." "Oh, okay. I will immediately bring Junior Brother in back." Senior Brother Ma, who had just reacted, immediately woke up from his daze. He smiled and said, "Of course. Just now, I was the one who brought Junior Brother in out. Now, I will definitely be the one bringing him back." "Thank you, Senior Brother Ma." Zhang Xiaohua appeared especially polite. "Oh, right." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave with Senior Brother Ma, Yin Jianhan called out, "Junior Brother Ma, in the future, Junior Brother Ren will be a brother of our Lihua Hall. You and the other disciples have to take care of Junior Brother Ren. After all, he has just joined our Lihua Hall." But Senior Brother Ma had a different opinion. "Junior Brother Ren hasn't passed the test, right?" "Test?" Yin Jinhan waved his hand and said, "If Junior Brother Ren's martial arts can't pass the test, who else can?" After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Only after he had walked far away did he pat the back of his head and mutter to himself, "What's going on? Why does my head hurt so much?" And it was also very strange. Could it be that something had happened to his face? But I don't have any impression of it at all. In the distance, Zhang Xiaohua followed behind Senior Brother Ma with a smug look on her face. Although it was her first time using Bewitching Finger, the effect was extremely satisfying for Zhang Xiaohua. Under Zhang Xiaohua's questioning, Yin Jianhan almost told her about how he was still wetting his bed when he was 5 years old. The first thing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask about was Zhong Pei's residence. Unfortunately, Yin Jianhan and Zhang Pinger were the same. They both knew roughly where the male disciples of Mo Xin Palace lived. However, it was impossible for him to explain it clearly. Yin Jianhan didn't even know who Zhong Pei was. The second thing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask about was naturally Zhang Pinger. According to Yin Jianhan, Zhang Pinger was the one with the most outstanding appearance among the 7 female disciples of Fiery Palace's Vice Palace Master Yin. Moreover, Zhang Pinger had never spoken much to any of the male disciples since she was young. She had always treated them coldly. Therefore, in the mouths of the male disciples of Fiery Palace, Zhang Pinger had the nickname of Ice Beauty. Zhang Pinger had always been doted on by Yin. Among the 6 senior sisters, a few of them were biased towards her. In Lihua Palace, she could be considered to have everything she wanted. As for the third senior sister, Mei Suying, of course, she was jealous of Zhang Pinger's favor in front of Yin. Therefore, she made things difficult for her. Especially during the Orchid Evening Refinement, Zhang Pinger had risked her life to pick the origin returning grass from the Orchid Grand Canyon, saving Yin's life. This made Mei Suying even more jealous. After all, after Zhang Pinger had recovered from her injuries, her position in Yin's eyes had risen by a lot. The third thing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask about was the inner disciple Yu Zhuochuan that she had met on the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that there were so many differences between the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. She thought that Yu Zhuochuan was similar to her. Now that she had inquired from Yin Jianhan, she found out that Yu Zhuochuan was actually the youngest inner disciple in Mo Sun's palace. Even Yin Jianhan didn't dare to have any ideas about her. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From Yin Jianhan's words, she finally knew that in the eyes of the Lihua Palace's disciples, she had relied on Zhang Pinger's connections to enter Lihua Palace. As for herself, she had actually become a gigolo who hugged Zhang Pinger's thigh. This isn't it funny? Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of her second brother's situation in the Misty School. Wasn't it exactly the same? As for Yu Zhuochuan and Zhang Pinger, according to Yin Jianhan, A while before the Valley Orchid dust refinement, Lihua Palace's Een was seriously ill. Zhang Pinger was in a bad mood and tried her best to treat her master's illness. Yu Zhuochuan seemed to have this plan long ago. She actually took advantage of the situation and brought Zhang Pinger many rare spiritual herbs. She almost won Zhang Pinger's heart. This made Yin Jinhan, who still had high hopes for Zhang Pinger, extremely angry. What made Yin Jinhan happy was that after Zhang Pinger returned from the Valley Orchid Grand Canyon, her attitude towards Yu Zhuochuan took a turn for the worse. She was like a completely different person, completely ignoring her. However, what made Yin Jinhan angry was that Zhang Pinger actually worked hard for an ordinary disciple from the Pill Expanding Hall to enter Lihua Palace. This was also the reason why Yin Jinhan wanted to show off his power the moment he saw Zhang Xiaohua. So it's like this. After listening to Yin Jinhan's narration, Zhang Xiaohua left and understood Yu Zhuochuan's attitude towards her in Yin Jinhan's lesson today. "Sai, what should I do?" Walking behind senior brother Ma, Zhang Xiaohua recalled what Yin Jinhan said and unconsciously sighed. Although Zhang Pinger was beautiful, she didn't have any feelings for her. Furthermore, she still hadn't dealt with Nie Qianyu, who was far away in Rejuvenation Valley. She didn't even know where Nie Qianyu was, so how could she dare to cause trouble? Junior brother Ren, why are you sighing? When senior brother Ma heard this, he was extremely concerned and asked, "Could it be that senior brother Yin made things difficult for you?" Then, he carefully looked around and said, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. Senior brother Yin has always been very good to us. If he asks me to do something, I can't refuse. Moreover, although senior brother Yan's mouth is arrogant, he's actually a very good person. Even if he made things difficult for you, he wouldn't do it for no reason." Oh, I didn't say it properly. It should be that his subordinates know when to stop. Know when to stop? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, if he was grabbing my arm like he wanted to break it, how could he say no when to stop? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's disdainful look, senior brother Ma felt awkward. He carefully said, I was only following orders. Junior brother Run. In the future, when senior sister Zhang, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud shout from afar. "Rin Xiaoyao? Rin Xiaoyao? Where are you?" "Senior sister Zhang?" Senior brother Ma's face instantly turned pale. He muttered, "How did you get here so quickly?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw senior brother Ma's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. She raised her voice and said, "Senior sister Zhang, I'm here." Why are you here?" When Zhang Pinger heard this from afar, she used her qing gong to come closer. When she saw senior brother Ma in front of her, she couldn't help but be stunned. She blurted out, "Junior brother Ma, why are you here?" This. Senior brother Ma didn't know how to answer. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside him, smiled and said, "I was bored in the house, so I grabbed senior brother Ma, who was walking past the door, and asked him to lead the way. Senior sister Zhang, you know that I have no sense of direction. As long as I walk casually, I definitely won't be able to find my way back." Puffed. Zhang Pinger laughed out loud. She didn't look like the ice beauty that senior brother Ma usually saw. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She muttered in her heart, "No wonder senior brother Yin is so angry. Look at Ren Xiaoyao. It's obvious that he and senior sister Zhang. All the disciples have sharp eyes." Senior brother Ma immediately replied, That's right. Since senior sister Zhang is here, I won't accompany junior brother Ren any longer. See you another day. After he spoke, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to thank him and quickly walked away. When he was far away, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "He's such a good person. He accompanied me for half a day and didn't even let me thank him." Ha ha! Zhang Pinger couldn't help but laugh again. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her strangely. When she finished laughing, she asked innocently, "Junior sister, was what I said so funny? Why did you laugh when I said something? Our coordination is too good. Even the zither and the zither can't match up to you." Schwa. Zhang Pinger's snow-white face turned red. She was left speechless by those words. Seeing Zhang Pinger's embarrassed expression, Zhang Xiaohua realized that she had used the wrong words. She immediately covered it up "Oh right, junior sister, why did you look for me in such a hurry?" When Zhang Pinger heard it, she immediately said solemnly, "Something unexpected happened, senior brother." "Something unexpected?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "Lord Sect Leader removed my reserve status and allowed me to return to the Pill Expanding Hall? Or can I enter the Fire-Leaving Hall without taking the martial arts test?" Zhang Xiaohua directly explained both the good and bad situations. Zhang Pinger forced a smile and said, "How can there be such a far-fetched accident? Once Lord Sect Leader's decree is issued, it naturally won't be changed. It won't be what you think." Then it's a martial arts test?" Zhang Xiaohua understood a little and smiled. "Why? Is a martial arts test especially difficult?" Zhang Pinger hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. "Senior brother, I'm afraid it's as you said." So what?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much of it. "Didn't you say that your eldest senior sister will be hosting? Why would she make things difficult for you?" "But third senior sister will be hosting tomorrow," Zhang Pinger said with a sad face. Chapter 842. Your third senior sister? That Mei Sujin who was trying to cause trouble for you on the way to the palace? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. "That's her. She's my third senior sister. Weren't you listening to our conversation at that time?" Zhang Pinger was almost on the verge of tears. "At that time, the two of us made third senior sister very angry. She didn't like me to begin with, and now that you made her so angry, it would be strange if she didn't hold a grudge against you. This test tomorrow will definitely be extraordinary." Once she heard that Zhang Pinger's third senior sister, Mei Sujin, would be the one presiding over the test, Zhang Xiaohua's heart relaxed. She patted Zhang Pinger's shoulder and said, "Junior sister, don't be anxious. Isn't it just a martial arts test? Don't you know what kind of martial arts your senior brother is? What are we afraid of?" "But, senior brother, you really don't know. This Lingering Fragrance Peak's martial arts test has a huge difference in difficulty." "It really doesn't matter." Zhang Xiaohua was still calm and smiled. "Why don't you tell me the reason?" Sigh. Zhang Pinger also sighed and slowly returned to normal. Even if she was panicking now, what use would it be? "It's like this, senior brother," Zhang Pinger explained. "These few days, I haven't been able to find Master. I only know that Mo Xian has an important matter in her palace, and she can't leave. I only wanted to end your martial arts test as soon as possible. It's not a good idea to leave it hanging like this. However, I couldn't find Master, nor could eldest senior sister. My Wei's token couldn't reach Lingering Fragrance Peak, so I didn't know what was going on in Mo Xian's palace. I just felt that something wasn't right. When I went to look for eldest senior sister with the intention of giving it a try, I saw that she had something to do when she returned. I immediately stopped her and asked her about your test." Eldest senior sister smiled bitterly and said that Master had already instructed me to do this. She had already made the necessary arrangements and only needed you to participate in the test. However, she really had more important matters to attend to, so before I came in, she had entrusted third senior sister to manage the test. I was stunned at the time and quickly asked eldest senior sister if it was possible to stop the test and wait for her to return. But grand senior sister was a little unhappy. She said that because I kept urging her, she made an exception and entrusted the test to someone else. She wanted me to sleep early. I want to postpone the test, but I can't because third senior sister has already told her that it will be held tomorrow morning." At this point, Zhang Pinger said with a sobbing tone, "Senior brother, it's all my fault for being impatient. That's why I made a mistake. I know that third senior sister will definitely make things difficult for you. If I can calm my heart and wait for a few more days, as long as eldest senior sister conducts the test, you will definitely be able to pass." Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. "Does it matter who hosts it? My martial arts skills are high. Why would I be afraid of this?" Zhang Pinger smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother, although there was a test for alchemy disciples in the distant Fire Palace before, it was long ago. Your test is a special case. Therefore, there is no fixed method for how to test and how to prove that your martial arts are strong. Only the person who presides over the test has the right to decide what kind of test to do and how to pass." Don't you think that this is very dangerous? If it's eldest senior sister, it's fine. But if third senior sister is determined to make things difficult for you, then everything is unknown. Of course, this was Zhang Pinger's way of cheating, but it just so happened that she met with an accident. This obvious advantage immediately became a weakness that could be easily exploited. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted Zhang Pinger's shoulder again. She smiled and said, "It's all right. It's just a test. If I really fail, then I'll return to the pill hall and be a carefree little medicine boy." You. Zhang Pinger was speechless. She glared at Zhang Xiaohua, but didn't know what to say. She turned around and stomped her feet to leave. After Zhang Pinger left, Zhang Xiaohua also came to her senses. Didn't she spend so much effort to get you to come to the distant fire hall? If you say something to ease her heart and even add carefree, isn't this obviously trying to hurt her heart? Senior sister Zhang. Zhang Xiaohua called out and chased after her. In the distance, under the cover of a building, a pair of eyes stared at this scene. It was as if there was fire in his eyes. After Zhang Xiaohua had left, a handsome face appeared. Wasn't this the disciple of Mo Xian Palace, Yu Zhuochuan, that Zhang Xiaohua had met before? At this time, Yu Zhuochuan was holding a folding fan in his hand. He was dressed in a scholarly manner and had a threatening temperament. He was the image of an elegant young master. Looking at the place where Ling Chun disappeared, Yu Zhuochuan unconsciously revealed a cold smile. He casually drew 2 circles with the folding fan in his hand and jumped off the building. Following the bluestone road below, he walked straight in another direction. On the Lingxiang Peak, in the courtyard of Nanjing Fan, Peacock and Chun Chun were sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be discussing something. Beside the lotus pond, a girl in purple was fiddling with the lotus leaves in the pond, extremely bored. There wasn't much expression on her pale face. Only her slightly furrowed brows and empty eyes showed that this girl had a lot on her mind. Peacock and Chun Chun said a few words and then stopped. They turned to look at the girl beside the lotus pond and whispered, "Chun Chun, what's wrong with Zixia these days? She looks unhappy. What's the matter?" Chun Chun also looked back and shook his head. "How would I know? After returning from the Yulon dusk, this girl often came to find me. Maybe it's because we were close in the Yulon Grand Canyon and I protected her. But her face is just like what senior sister said, gloomier and gloomier by the day. It's as if someone owes her 3 bottles of Yuandan pill. She won't answer my questions." Zixia Peacock said, "Come here. Senior sister calling you. Why did you call me?" Zixia didn't dare to delay. She quickly walked into the pavilion and asked carefully, "It's nothing much. You look so listless. Is there something troubling you?" Zixia's eyes flickered and she forced a smile. "Senior sister Kong, you're overthinking. What trouble? If there's something troubling me, why wouldn't I tell you? Senior sister Chun has been taking care of me." Chun Chun waved his hand. "Zixia, you've been like this ever since you came back from the Yulon dusk. Sai, what should I say about you? Some things can't be kept to yourself." Zixia panicked and quickly said, "No, I really don't." Peacock and Chun Chun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It was so obvious, and she still didn't say anything. "Sai, why are we worrying?" At this moment, a voice was heard. "Hey, Chun Chun, it's rare that you're here today. Zixia, you're here too?" It was Nanjing Fan's voice. The 3 of them didn't dare to delay. They quickly got up and greeted Nanjing Fan, who was walking over. Nanjing Fan waved her hand and asked them to sit down. She smiled and said, "Zixia hasn't been here for a long time. Are you absorbing the essence of the sky, stalactite?" Zixia blushed and stole a glance at Chun Chun. Chun Chun didn't care. "What are you afraid of?" "I've already told Master. I'm sure the hierarch knows. Which disciple doesn't leave something good for themselves?" Zixia then said in a low voice, "Yes, Master Jingfan. My cultivation is still shallow. Of course, I want to improve my skills as soon as possible." Senior sister Jing Xian left early and didn't have time to guide you. Although this old one's mental cultivation method is different from senior sister Jing Xian's, it's more than enough to guide you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Zixia's face was filled with gratitude as she said, Senior Sister Chun has always taken care of me. I also often ask Senior Sister Chun for help when I have some difficulties in cultivation. Really? Nanjing Fan turned to look at Chen Chun. Of course, Chen Chun said proudly. I'm Zixa's senior sister. If I don't take care of her, who will? Yes, not bad. Little Chun has finally grown up. Nanjing Fan was very pleased. She didn't frown and asked Zixiao again. The hierarch suddenly issued a decree a few days ago. He wants a disciple of the Misty Hall in Shixin Peak to be a registered disciple of Senior Sister Jingxian. Do you know about this? Zixiao said respectfully. Of course I know. Then, did the hierarch say anything else? Like any explanation? This. Zixiao hesitated. He didn't explain much. I'm also confused. But this is the hierarch's idea. I'll just listen. Yes, this is really strange. I also asked the hierarch. She only smiled and didn't say much. Seeing you here today, I thought of this. Oh, right, Peacock, Chun, the ceremony of the heir selection has been brought forward to tomorrow. You should also prepare. What? Brought forward to tomorrow? Peacock and Chun were surprised. The heir selection is a big event that happens once every 10 years. How could it be brought forward? Could it be that something has happened? Seeing the curiosity of her two disciples, Nanjing Fan smiled lovingly and said, It's not that big of a surprise. Although it was brought forward by a few days, there's no difference. Then he thought for a moment and said, Actually, there are some reasons for this. Really? Then what's the reason? Chen Chen's eyes were already sparkling as he asked. It's strange. A few days ago, a disciple of the Mo Xin Palace was walking on a mountain path in the palace. Suddenly, lightning fell from the heavens and struck him in a charcoal. Lightning from the heavens. Chun said in disbelief, It's been sunny these days. How could there be lightning? Who knows? At that time, the disciple beside him said so. A golden lightning struck the disciple's head. The disciple didn't have any reaction and was immediately turned into charcoal. However, according to the disciple beside him, he didn't hear any lightning and it was sunny at that time. That disciple must have done something evil. That's why the god of thunder didn't like him and struck him to death with lightning. Chen was very sure. Nanjing Fan smiled and said, Chen, you should know this disciple. I know him. Chen quickly waved his hand. Chen, have a noble character. How could I know a disciple that even the heavens don't like? Then he asked curiously, Right, is it a male or female disciple? Chapter 843. That male disciple is the Zhongpei that we talked about a few days ago. Zhongpei. Oh, that Zhongpei who is the deputy leader of Miao Shao Hall in Shixin Peak? Chen was surprised. Yes, that's him. Nanjing Fan confirmed. Serve him right. Chen gritted his teeth and said, Although this guy is an inner disciple of Mo Sun Temple, his heart is really bad. He didn't do anything good in Shixin Peak and only thought about how to harm the disciples of the Misty School. If it wasn't for his connivance, how could Zhao Jian have the guts to kill dozens of people? Look at that female disciple of Misty Hall called Xia Zai. She was tortured to such a state. How is she going to live the rest of her life? Nanjing Fan also sighed. That's right. That child is just in her 20s, just a little older than you. So, the heavenly thunder came a good time. It should strike this guy alive. Chen, Nanjing Fan frowned and said, Zhongpei is the deputy hall chief of the Misty Hall. That's also the arrangement of His Excellency. Everything he does is also His Excellency's idea. Aren't you questioning His Excellency? Master, Chen held Nanjing Fan's arm and said coquettishly, I didn't say anything about the leader. I only said that Zhongpei did things without thinking about the consequences and didn't care about other people's lives. He deserves this retribution. Haha, Jing Fan Shirtai said with a laugh. Isn't that so? Several elders and consecrators also said the same thing. These past few days, Honorable Cult Leader has sealed off the news. In a few days, won't the entire Lingxiang Peak be spread? Peacock frowned and said, Master, this heavenly thunder, you also believe it? Ha ha ha. Nanjing Fan also laughed. Follow the people's will. Follow the people's will. Zixia smiled at the side. Nanjing Fan's expression was very similar to Chun Chen's. Zixia finally knew why Chun Chun was so curious. Hearing Peacock say that it wasn't heavenly thunder, Zixia also became curious and couldn't help but ask, Senior Peacock, if it wasn't heavenly thunder then, what could it be? It could strike people into charcoal? Even if he's a top expert, he wouldn't have this kind of ability. Peacock looked at Zixia and then at Nanjing Fan. She smiled and said, Junior Martial Sister Zixia has only been in our fragrant religion for a short period of time and has not entered a Mo Shui palace. So there are many secrets in the religion that you do not know. This, Master, in fact, in my opinion, it seems to be the power of some magic tool. Jing Fan Nun also nodded slightly and said with a smile, Peacock's words do make some sense. Hierarch seems to have the same understanding, but the signs are similar to magic tools. But now, who can find such magic tools? And who can use this kind of magic tool? Magic weapon? Zixia's face was full of surprise. Martial uncle, what weapon is this? The person beside Chun Chun quickly said, Zixia, don't ask if you don't understand. Didn't Senior Sister Peacock say that you haven't entered Mo Xian's palace? You can only listen to these things. If you ask too much, we won't know how to answer. Zixia nodded and did not say anything. Peacock pondered for a moment and said after a while, since the Tenryu sect, oh no, the disciples of the Tenryu sect can use the sword aura, it can't be said that the sect has also received the inheritance of the Way of Immortality. It's possible that they have one or two magic tools of the Way of Immortality. Way of Immortality? Zixia was even more surprised, but her little mouth was tightly shut and she was unwilling to ask another word. That's the problem. Since they have received the inheritance of the Way of Immortality and also obtained the magic tools of the Way of Immortality, why did they come to our fragrant religion? Why would they kill a third-rate inner disciple for no reason? But Master, I heard from the Great Elder that our fragrant religion has not been peaceful recently. The deputy leader of the Pill Opening Hall was killed, and many disciples of the Baiwei Peak, Fuqiu Peak, Jihua Peak, and many other peaks lost their lives. In addition, thousands of people were killed by Yulanmu. Do you think it has something to do with this? The deputy leader of the Pill Opening Hall was killed? Chen Chen was shocked. Why haven't I heard of it? That's a disciple of our Mo Xin Palace. Master Jing Fan nodded. Yes, the current Lingxiang Peak is indeed a bit like stagnant water with slight ripples. An undercurrent is brewing under the calm surface of the water, waiting for the right opportunity to stir up huge waves. It can't be, Master. What you said is too scary. Chun Chun pretended to be pitiful. Our fragrant religion has always been inconvenient to get in and out. Even the Lingxiang Peak has a peak protection array. Even if some people come in, they are far from being a match for us inner disciples. Oh, the peak protection array. Speaking of this, Chun Chun was shocked. Didn't the divine thunder that killed Zhongpei pass through the peak protection array? Of course it broke through the peak protection array. Otherwise, the leader would have already searched the Lingxiang Peak. Jing Fan Nun said with a smile, although the situation in the cult is a bit abnormal, this godly thunder, let's call it godly thunder for the time being, according to the estimations of the cult leader and the previous elders, it has nothing to do with what's happening now. It's not even intentional. Huh? Chin Chin asked curiously. Then what is it? It should be the brilliance of the magic weapon left by the predecessors of the fragrant religion outside the Lingxiang Peak when it is about to be unearthed. Magic weapon? Unearthed? Chin Chin's eyes were instantly filled with stars. He clapped his hands and said, Master, do you know where it is? What kind of magic weapon is it? Master Jing Fan shook her head. It's just a guess. We need to go and see to know. Who's going? Master, I want to go too. Maybe this magic weapon is fated to be with me. Chin Chun said with a smile. Don't be impatient. Master Jing Fan patted Chin Chin's shoulder and said, because we don't know where this divine thunder came from, and we don't know whether it is good or evil. Plus, the current situation in the fragrant religion is not peaceful. The leader discussed with the elders to bring forward the official selection to tomorrow. First, to choose the next leader, and second, to prepare to organize a few people to go out and search for traces of this magic weapon. I see. Peacock and Chun Chun looked at each other. They both understood. Master Jing Fan said again, "The location of the official selection is the same as 10 years ago. It is still at the Refining Heart Cave in the west. Sai, I really want to tell you the key to this. Unfortunately, I didn't pass the test of the official selection, so I have nothing to tell you. Master, you should tell us how you failed. At least we can use it as a reference." Chun Chin said heartlessly. "Sai, you child, what is there to say?" Jing Fan Shirtai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Before I entered the cave, Master also said that there wasn't anything important. Even the other senior sisters who had passed through the Refining Heart Cave couldn't say anything. They only said that there were many reasons for failure, and everyone was different. After the principal selection, eldest senior sister, Lord Hierarch, and a few others passed. I also asked them, but they were also baffled. They couldn't explain it clearly, and even their explanations were different. In other words, every disciple who passed the Refining Heart Cave had a different reason for their success. Therefore, what others said was nonsense. It is still better to rely on one's own strength. But, Master, you should at least tell us what is in the Refining Heart Cave." "It's nothing much. Inside the Refining Heart Cave is an illusory formation, an incomparably huge illusory formation. Every disciple will see and encounter different things when they enter. Only by relying on their own strength can they obtain the status of a direct disciple." "Magic array?" Zixia heard this and bit her lips. "Is the magic array in the Refining Heart Cave as big as the protective array of our Lingxiang Peak?" Chin Chin asked curiously. Master Jing Fan shook her head. "How would I know? Even Lord Hierarch might not know about it. Since it is a magic array, then everything inside must be fake. I just don't believe it. How can we not get through it?" Chun Chun frowned. Even Peacock had the same thought and nodded. "How can it be as easy as you think?" Master Jing Fan smiled bitterly. "That magic array was set up by the immortals. Although its power has weakened, it is not as easy to deal with as you said. What is fake is real, and what is fake. Even in the mortal world, who can say that what they see in front of them is the so-called reality?" Peacock and Chin Chin were confused, but Zixia was frowning. "Moreover, this magic array is also a killing array. If one is not careful, it is very easy to be injured by the array inside. It is even possible to lose one's life. No one from Lingxiang Peak has passed the official selection for 50 years. There are also many outstanding disciples who died in the Refining Heart Cave. Otherwise, with Peacock's cultivation, it would be difficult for her to become the leader among the young disciples. In the end, Master Jing Fan said earnestly, "Therefore, no matter who you meet in the magic array, it is all fake. You must not be soft-hearted. Be decisive. That is the only way to save your life." Decisively? Peacock and Chun Chun were confused, but they still said solemnly, "Yes, Master, we will remember." "Well, that's good. Although there is only one chance in the official selection. If you don't pass, you won't be a candidate for the sect leader. But your life is the most important. Tomorrow." "Understood, Master. We will definitely prioritize our lives. We have been hearing this for the past few days." Chun Chin pouted and said, "Your life is the most important. Master, even if you say it 10,000 times, it will not be too much." At the same time, in the Lihua Temple, in a remote room, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged. He was making gestures with his hands. From time to time, he would cast a spell. His body was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. One could vaguely see that he had improved a lot compared to when he was at Shirxin Peak. The next morning, early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just finished practicing the Fist of the North Star when he saw Zhang Pinger angrily walking towards him. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked loudly, "Junior sister you, why are you angry? Did the dining room not prepare breakfast for you?" A smile immediately blossomed on Zhang Pinger's ice-cold face. However, she immediately regained her ice-cold expression. She said, "Even at a time like this, senior brother is still in the mood to joke around. Isn't it just a martial arts test? What is there to be nervous about? But, senior brother, third senior sister, she's gone too far." Chapter 844. Too much. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and pretended to be angry. "Did your third senior sister give me an impossible task?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's exaggerated expression, Zhang Pinger's heart relaxed and said, "It's not impossible. If it's impossible, why would she ask you to do it? Then what is it?" Zhang Xiaohua was still smiling. "This, I don't know for the time being," Zhang Pinger said without thinking. Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground and muttered after a long time, "Since you don't know, how can you say it's too much? Senior brother, although I don't know what your task is, I know where you are going." Zhang Pinger's face was full of disappointment as she said, "I asked third senior sister yesterday, but she wouldn't tell me no matter what. Today, early in the morning, when she had to send orders to prepare, she told me the location of the test." "Oh, where is it? Is it a dragon's pool or a tiger's den?" Zhang Xiaohua curiously asked. "Third senior sister arranged for you to test in the Ghost Valley," Zhang Pinger angrily said. "Ghost Valley?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised and asked, "Where is this Ghost Valley? Why haven't I heard of it? If senior brother has heard of it, then it's a strange thing." Zhang Pinger sneered. "This Ghost Valley is in a canyon under the Fire Palace's mountain. Only the Fire Palace's disciples know about it. Even the other inner disciples don't know about it. So it's like this, but why is it called Ghost Valley? Is there a ghost inside?" Zhang Xiaohua probed. "How can it be a ghost? If there's a ghost, wouldn't there be a god in this world?" Zhang Pinger laughed and then explained, "Speaking of this Ghost Valley, it's a long time ago. According to the records of the distant Fire Temple, this canyon was not called the Ghost Valley in the past, but the Emerald Tree Valley. It is a place with beautiful scenery, lush vegetation, and all kinds of spirit herbs grow in clusters. It seems to be even more beautiful than the strange birch forest in the Yulon Grand Canyon. In the past, the Evergreen Valley was very suitable for growing spiritual herbs. Therefore, many of the Lihua Palace's spiritual herbs were planted in the valley. Many of the disciples were also assigned to the Evergreen Valley. All the disciples loved to go there. Even the disciples from the other palaces and the disciples from Immerse Palace often came there. However, about 1,000 years ago, I don't know what happened to the Lichui Valley, but there was an inexplicable black fog inside. This black fog was not much, but it was not little either. All the spiritual herbs and trees were polluted and could no longer grow. The regenerated spiritual herbs and trees were gloomy and could no longer be used for medicine or alchemy. Even the stones in the Lichui Valley lost their previous green appearance and became a dark blue color. The entire Lichui Valley looked like there was a ghost, and all the disciples no longer went there to pick herbs and play. Over time, the name was changed to Ghost Valley. "Oh, so it's like this." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Since it was Ghost Valley, of course there were unknown dangers, and third senior sister, Mei Suing, wanted her to go to Ghost Valley for the test. "But since it's Ghost Valley, what is there for me to look for?" "Senior brother, you may not know, but after the spiritual herbs and trees in Ghost Valley were polluted by the ghost fog, it was naturally impossible to refine ordinary pills. But what about it? After the research of several generations of seniors in the Fire Palace, they found that some spiritual herbs, such as ghost face mushroom, ghost shadow grass, ghost eye fruit, have new uses, such as using poison or using poison to fight poison. Moreover, some animals and unknown herbs in Ghost Valley also have an incredible effect. Presumably, third senior sister wants you to go to Ghost Valley to look for these strange things." Haha, Zhang Xiaohua heard and unconsciously laughed. Since some seniors have already entered Ghost Valley, even if there is danger, it should be limited. Moreover, your third senior sister's request is normal. If I lose, she will naturally succeed, and if I win, she will get the pills. She has the idea of having the best of both worlds. How can it be as simple as Senior Brother thinks? Zhang Pinger said, what I said was something that happened hundreds of years ago. Because Ghost Valley has been shrouded in ghost fog for a long time. Although it is not much, ordinary people are extremely unaccustomed to it. Very few people can stay in it for more than 4 hours. Many people have gone crazy after entering Ghost Valley. So, in the past 100 years, no one has entered again. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed, looked at Zhang Pinger and said, I'm a fish on the chopping block. If I don't want to listen to your third senior sister's arrangement, I can only go back to the pill hall. Sigh. Zhang Pinger also sighed, and then complained, Master is really too much. That night, didn't she agree to let eldest senior sister conduct a martial arts test for you? I thought that eldest senior sister would at most exchange a few moves with you. At the very least, she would find a few disciples from the Rue Jean Palace Hall to test your martial arts with you. I don't know what the two of them are busy with. I can't see them all day, so... Then, she lowered her head and said softly, Please don't blame me, Senior Brother. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, What's there to blame? I was the one who mocked your third senior sister that day. How can I blame you? Just as they were talking, a disciple hurried over, looked at Zhang Pinger, and cupped his hands, and said respectfully, Senior Sister Zhang, Senior Sister, may ask me to inform Junior Brother Ren that the test in Lai Chui Valley will begin in half an hour. Please ask Junior Brother Ren to hurry to the entrance of the valley in the west as soon as possible. Zhang Pinger waved her hand and said, Okay, I got it. You go back and report first. I will take Junior Brother in there in a while. After the disciple walked away, Zhang Pinger looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Senior Brother, are you ready? Do you have anything to take? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, There's nothing to take, let's go. You don't need to bring a weapon? Zhang Pinger was worried and said, I remember that Senior Brother has a short sword, right? Short sword? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, scratching his head and said, I think I lost it, hee. Then, he pretended to be enlightened and said, That's right, don't I have a long sword? Wait a moment. After saying that, he went into the small house, and, after a while, he walked out with the great wisdom sword. Zhang Pinger had never seen this heavy sword before, and frowned. Senior Brother, is this your long sword? I seem to have seen you mount before. I thought it was a stick. Zhang Xiaohua raised the great wisdom sword, waved it a few times, and said with a smile, It's just convenient to use, just treat it as a long sword. The two talked as they walked, and by the time they arrived at the Li Chui Valley, which was west of the Lihua Hall, half an hour had passed. At this time, there were many disciples gathered at the entrance of the valley, and Zhang Xiaohua saw the third senior sister a few days ago, standing there in a fiery red robe. The entrance of the Li Chui Valley was behind a pile of rocks and messy vegetation, so Zhang Xiaohua could not see clearly. The entire valley seemed to be wrapped around the Lingering Fragrance Peak, and the peak of the Lingering Fragrance Peak blocked Zhang Xiaohua's line of sight. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Pinger bowed to Mei Suying. Mei Suying waved her hand and said, Junior Brother Run, I think you already know that because Senior Sister has an important matter to attend to, the matter of testing your martial arts has been left to me. Originally, you were disrespectful to me that day, and I wanted to teach you a lesson. If it were up to me, I would have invited a senior sister from Mo Xian's palace, and you would have been dealt with in a few moves. But before Senior Apprentice Sister left, she repeatedly instructed me to find some simple tests for you. Moreover, in my Lihua Palace Hall's dam refining room, due to the lack of Li Chui Valley's medicinal herbs, we haven't refined any strange medicinal pills for a long time. Since Junior Sister Zhang said that your martial arts are outstanding, then that's good. I'll find a simple test for you. As long as you find a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom in this Li Chui Valley, I'll consider it as a pass. How about it? 1,000-year-old? Before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, Zhang Pinger beside her cried out, Third senior sister, this ghost face valley has a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom? This ghost face valley has only been formed for a few years. Mei Suying smiled tenderly and said, 7 junior sister, as a senior sister, I'm a good-for-nothing. I only know how to cultivate, and I'm not interested in the records of this palace hall. Therefore, I don't know that this Li Chui Valley is called Ghostface Valley. I only know that this Li Chui Valley has existed for more than 10,000 years. Although it's rare to find a 1,000-year-old ghost-face mushroom, in this Li Chui Valley, there should be a limit to how difficult it is. You, Zhang Pinger was flustered and exasperated. You're deliberately making things difficult for me. Deliberately making things difficult? Mei Suiying snorted disdainfully and said, I'm the most impartial. Since eldest senior sister has taught me this matter, I will definitely complete it well. Moreover, if I don't find something slightly more difficult, what if the hierarch lord finds out that I easily let go of the probationary disciple that she wants to strictly test? How do you want me to tell the hierarch lord this? Zhang Pinger was speechless. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, All right, third. Senior sister, I've already prepared everything. When should I enter? Mei Suiying smiled and said, Junior Brother Run is indeed a hero. You're worthy of being the person who passed through the Orchid Dusk refinement. This Li Chui Valley's entrance is already open. You can enter at any time. Moreover, I'll send someone to wait at the entrance. As long as you pick a ghost-face mushroom, you can come back at any time. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Many thanks for senior sister's arrangement. After he finished speaking, he held his sword and walked towards the entrance of the Lichen Valley. Moss, Junior Brother Ren, be careful. If there's any danger, it's better if you come out early. Zhang Pinger chased after him and said in a low voice. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and smiled. Don't worry, senior martial sister Zhang. I'll be back soon. After he finished speaking, he entered the dark valley. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter, Zhang Pinger stared at the entrance of the valley. After a while, she heard Mei Suiying say with a smile, 7th junior sister, come over here. I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Zhang Pinger turned around and walked over. Senior sister, what's the matter? Just as Zhang Pinger turned around, a pale white figure jumped up from the tree beside the Emerald Lily Valley. While all the disciples were looking at Zhang Pinger, the figure disappeared into the valley in a flash. Chapter 845. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua entered the Emerald Lily Valley, at the western foot of the lingering fragrance peak, there were a dozen masked women dressed in palace attire standing in a strange arrangement. They were standing in a rather large area. In the middle of them was a stone tablet that protruded from the ground. The stone tablet wasn't big, but there were strange patterns engraved on it. The sun that was high up in the sky was shining its light on the stone tablet. Under the sunlight, the patterns on the stone tablet were faintly visible, as if they were swimming. Around the stone tablet, there were 3 masked women who were also dressed in palace attire, sitting cross-legged. However, their hair was already pure white, giving them a youthful appearance. The 3 women placed their hands in front of their chests. Their fingers were either bent or straight, and they were in the same position as Zhang Xiaohua when she was forming hand seals. However, their fingers were just standing there, not moving at all. Behind the 3 women was another woman dressed in palace attire. She stood there majestically with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the woman who was standing there opened her eyes. She raised her head to look at the sky and said, 3 elders, it's time. Open the refining heart cave. Yes, Lord Sect Leader. The 3 of them said in unison. At the same time, the 3 of them also extended their hands into their bosoms. Each of them took out a small stone and held it in their hands. Their previously frozen fingers began to twitch at this moment. Not long after, a faint red light rose from their right hands. The light grew brighter and brighter as time passed. When the brilliance reached a certain size, the 3 of them raised their heads and looked at each other. Then, they threw the brilliance in their fingers forward, hitting the stone tablet in the middle of the 3 of them. Just when the brilliance in their hands hit the stone tablet, there was a hua sound. It was as if firewood had been ignited. The entire stone tablet immediately emitted a dazzling green brilliance. Following the brilliance, the patterns on the stone tablet seemed to have come to life and really started to move. As the patterns moved, the stone tablet gradually became transparent until it finally disappeared. At the place where the stone tablet disappeared, there was a 3-foot circle of light. The green brilliance came from within the circle of light. After a long while, the circle of light gradually stabilized. Even the patterns were steadily moving above the circle of light. Seeing this scene, the three old women let out a long breath. Looking at the stone in their hands that had shrunk a lot, they said in a low voice, "Lord Sect Leader, fortunately, we didn't disappoint you." "Good, all of you step to the side." With that, the hierarch walked forward and carefully looked at it. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to the dozen or so young female disciples with their faces covered. "Okay, the main selection that happens once every 10 years is about to begin. In the past 50 years, our lingering fragrance peak hasn't been able to select a disciple that can inherit the position of hierarch. I hope that this time, you can live up to the expectations of the thousands of disciples in Mo Shin Palace and pass the test of the Refining Heart Cave. Then we will select a few disciples that have the qualifications to inherit the position." Then she paused and raised her voice. "Although our Mo Shin Palace's secret inheritance room is gradually disappearing. Even if all 18 of you can pass the Refining Heart Cave, the secret inheritance room will still provide enough space for you. So, you don't have to worry. Take out your most powerful techniques and use your martial arts to prove that you are the most outstanding disciples of Mo Shin Palace. Yes, we will obey the Lord Sect Leader's orders." The 18 disciples said in unison with great momentum. When the Lord Sect Leader heard this, her expression under the veil was unknown. She turned around and reached into her bosom to take out a palm-sized jade tablet. Her right hand also moved and formed a seal like Zhang Xiaohua. The Lord Sect Leader's technique was much more skillful than Zhang Xiaohua's. When the hierarch was done with the incantation, he raised his hand and a green brilliance hit the light circle. Immediately, the light circle began to ripple. Then, the hierarch took out the jade token in his other hand and drew an arc in the air, landing on the rippling light circle. Like an ice cube falling into a fire, the jade token gradually melted. As the jade token melted, the light circle around the jade token gradually disappeared, and a pitch-black hole appeared. The hole grew bigger and bigger, and finally, the entire light circle became a pitch-black hole. Following that, with a pung sound, a bunch of fireworks flew out from the cave entrance and landed on the heads of the 18 female disciples standing at the back. Then they disappeared. "Okay, the Refining Heart Cave has been opened. Disciples, you can go in." The Lord Sect Leader's tone was still dignified. She said, "I think your master has already told you about the matters in the Refining Heart Cave. There is nothing to pay attention to. Just follow your heart and rely on your own ability to pass. Chin-shun, you go first. Peacock goes last. The other disciples will follow the order and enter one by one." "Yes, Lord Sect Leader." A female disciple in green walked out from the crowd and walked to the left side of the cave. She leaped up slightly and drew a beautiful arc in the air before entering the Refining Heart Cave. Following that, each disciple entered the cave. Everyone's qigong was different, but they were all graceful. Only the peacock, who was wearing a pink palace dress, was the last to enter the cave. Only by keeping your mind to yourself will you have a chance to break out of the illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure turned into specks of light and disappeared without a trace. This, Peacock did not know how to face it. Is this Master? Did she have such great divine power? However, if it wasn't Master, who would repeat what he said to me yesterday? That's right. Yesterday, Abbess Jing Fan had warned Peacock that the Refining Heart Cave was an illusory array. Everything inside was fake, but these fake things were often the trial takers' own inner demons. They were the reflection of their true desires. If they wanted to break out of the Refining Heart Cave, then they would have to kill their own inner demons and break through the illusory array. Perhaps this is the effect of the illusion. Peacock was enlightened. This was what Jing Fan Nun had told her the other day. Peacock remembered it well. Once she entered the illusion, it was revealed. But what is my inner demon? Peacock thought to herself. Before she knew it, her feet had stopped moving. It was as if she was standing on solid ground. At the same time, the space in front of Peacock shook and collapsed. The scene that appeared in front of Peacock made her furious. Chapter 846. In front of Peacock was a quaint, tranquil little courtyard with a pond of lotus flowers, a few ducks, and a bed of peonies on the bank. Peacock's heart thumped wildly at the sight. Just as she was about to take a step forward, something even more shocking happened. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the young woman from before, but a little girl with small arms and legs. When she reached the pond, was the reflection of a little girl? Have I returned to the past? However, before Peacock could think of this, an even more terrifying thought suddenly intruded. Could it be that bloody afternoon? Peacock's childish little face immediately turned pale. If her memory served her right, in another 2 hours, her gentle and polite father would return from outside, reeking of alcohol. This time, he would no longer call Peacock by her pet name and play with her as usual. Her father, who had a rough career ahead of him, would arrive at the Silver Hook Casino 5 miles away and sell this ancestral house, Peacock's mother, and even Peacock to someone else. Peacock watched as her mother, who loved her dearly, fell into the pond in front of her. After her father sobered up, he was even more remorseful and slammed his head against a pillar to commit suicide. A perfect family was destroyed in an instant. Peacock cried and screamed as she was taken away by the casino's thugs. She was caught halfway when she tried to escape and was almost beaten to death. However, she met Abbess Jingfan and was brought to Lingering Fragrance Peak. These were the secrets hidden deep in Peacock's heart. Apart from Abbess Jingfan, His Eminence, and a few other people, even Shun Shun did not know. The trauma of her childhood had long been buried deep in Peacock's heart, and she never wanted to think of it again. However, it was here, inadvertently and inevitably, it appeared in front of Peacock's eyes. Swoosh! Peacock's face was covered in sweat. Reliving the tragedy of her childhood made her feel like she had a sudden epiphany. Then, another absurd thought rose in her mind. Can I stop this tragedy from happening? With this in mind, Peacock immediately moved her little legs and ran toward the greenhouse. In her memory, her mother was brewing her favorite nail polish in the greenhouse. As expected, when Peacock pushed open the greenhouse door and saw the face of her mother that she had not seen for many years, she immediately burst into tears and threw herself at her mother. Peacock's mother was even more surprised. She carefully hugged Peacock and tried her best to comfort her. After a long while, Peacock stopped crying and pulled her mother to look for her father. However, Peacock's mother did not know where her husband was. If it was any other day, she would have made excuses and stayed at home with her child to play. But this time, no matter what she did, she could not stop Peacock. Under Peacock's lead, they walked for a full 5 miles and finally arrived at the Silverhook Casino. They found her father, who was about to be dragged into the casino by a group of people after he had drunk some wine. The rest of the story was even more natural. Everything was changed by Peacock. Peacock's father became a high-ranking official, and the whole family became more prosperous. Peacock herself became a famous figure, and finally married a famous scholar, and gave birth to a son and daughter. Peacock, the most promising candidate for the Lingering Fragrance Peak's Immo Xiangong. Once she entered the Refining Heart Cave, she immediately fell into an illusion. Her mind was lost, and while she was enjoying the world, she had forgotten everything. She only knew how to be a good wife to her husband and children. At the entrance of Lai Chui Valley, Zhang Xiaohua was bold and did not speak much with Mei Suying. She held the great wisdom sword and entered the haunted valley. Outside of the ghost valley, there was not much feeling. The entrance of the valley was cold and cheerless, without any greenery. After entering the ghost valley, a chilly aura hit their faces, causing them to shiver a few times. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked up. Wasn't it just as Zhang Pinger said? The scenery inside the haunted valley was completely different from the beautiful scenery outside. The ground and rocks in the haunted valley were dark brown. The trees that grew on the ground were also very short. Most of them were about the height of a person. The branches and leaves on the trees were grayish-brown, as if there was a layer of dust. The grass on the ground was replaced by mushrooms. The dark brown crown and grayish-white stem looked very eerie. Occasionally, one could see herbs growing between the mushrooms. The herbs were green with a tinge of black, and the fruits on the top of the herbs were either gray, black, or dark red. One look, and one could tell that they were not materials used for alchemy. In addition to these, the most eye-catching thing was the grayish-black clouds floating in the haunted valley. These clouds were different from the ones Zhang Xiaohua saw at the top of Shixin Peak. The clouds that were bundles and piles. Here, the grayish-black clouds were wisps and streaks. However, most of these clouds gathered on the ground and wrapped around the herbs and trees. Zhang Xiaohua had already been warned by Zhang Pinger. She only took a breath. When she smelled a rotten stench in the haunted valley, she immediately stopped breathing and silently operated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to operate the genuine qi in her body. Zhang Xiaohua observed the scene in the haunted valley. She walked along the path of the haunted valley. Because the herbs and mushrooms here were different from those outside the haunted valley, Zhang Xiaohua was also curious and picked some as she walked. After walking for a while, she saw more trees and more haunted fog. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. The haunted fog was a strange thing. In her divine sense, she could faintly feel the fluctuation of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. But if she carefully identified it, it was very different from the haunted fog that Zhang Xiaohua had refined before. If she forced herself to compare, it was somewhat similar to the haunted fog in the cave that Zhang Xiaohua had mistakenly entered on the way to the incense cult. Of course, it was only similar. Just based on Zhang Xiaohua's senses, she knew that it was very different. After seeing more haunted fog, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously became more careful. Her footsteps slowed down, and she became more careful when picking herbs and wild mushrooms. After walking for a while, she saw that she had arrived at a gentle slope. The haunted fog below the slope was even more dense. At a glance, she could not see through it. Zhang Xiaohua also unconsciously stopped. Along the way, she also picked some wild mushrooms. Of course, there were also the ghost-faced mushrooms that Zhang Pinger had told her about outside the haunted valley. Unfortunately, even Zhang Xiaohua herself knew that the ghost-faced mushrooms that she had picked before were only 10 years old or even a few years old. It was not even close to the 1,000-year-old ghost-faced mushrooms that Mei Sujin had requested. If she wanted to complete Mei Sujin's task, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to walk to this gentle slope. She walked to a place where the haunted fog was denser. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood quietly on the gentle slope and did not move. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned around and sneered at a short tree. "This masked brother, shouldn't you have come out earlier?" "Huh?" After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, a white figure walked out from the tree. Zhang Xiaohua's expression did not change. She smiled and said, "This brother seems to be very confident in your qigong. You're actually wearing a white robe while following behind me. Don't tell me you don't know that everything in Li Chui Valley is gray?" The figure walked to the front and stood in the distance. He was about the same height as Zhang Xiaohua. The eyes that were exposed outside the mask were slightly squinted. His white robe was particularly eye-catching in this gray-black forest. The person laughed and said, "I didn't expect this little brother to be so vigilant. I was already very careful, but I was still discovered by you." Zhang Xiaohua sneered, "Brother, why are you following me? Are you waiting for me to drop some copper coins?" The person looked at Zhang Xiaohua with amusement. "Little brother, in this windy haunted valley, in this cold haunted fog, what do you think I can do by following you? If little brother has some copper coins to drop, that would be the best. Next year on this day, I will also make some paper money and burn it for you. What do you think? Are you that confident, Senior Yu Zhuqian?" Zhang Xiaohua licked her lips and looked at the person's mask with interest. If I knew it. What's the use of wearing a mask?" Yu Zhuqian took off the mask and stuffed it into his chest. He then said, "Rin Xiaoyao, your eyes are quite sharp. You can actually tell that it's me? You? Why don't you think it's Yin Jianhan? I remember that Yin Jianhan dragged you over yesterday and gave you a good beating. Hee hee. Don't tell me that the two of you have already buried the hatchet. Yu Zhuqiuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said frivolously, Zhang Pinger is a beautiful woman. Do you think Yin Jianhan will give her to you so easily? That's not something, senior brother, you should worry about. Zhang Xiaohua sneered and said, whether senior sister Zhang is a beautiful woman or not is not something, senior, you can find out in the future. Ioyo, junior brother Ren, you are so arrogant. You really scared me. Yu Zhuqiuan patted his chest and shouted exaggeratedly. Luckily, the wind in Ghost Valley is not strong. Otherwise, junior brother Ren's tongue would have been blown off. Let the wind blow harder. Zhang Xiaohua shouted to the sky. Blow off my tongue. Ha ha ha. Yu Zhuqiuan laughed and said, Junior brother Ren, don't waste your time. No one has come to Ghost Valley for so many years. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will hear you. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua heard and smiled mysteriously. This is a good place to silence people. No wonder senior brother you wants to come. Could it be that you have the same idea as me? Junior brother Ren, you are indeed a bold and skillful person. Yu Zhuqiuan also smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Or should I say, the ignorant are fearless. To be praised by this senior brother. Even if you die here, you can rest assured. Chapter 847. I wouldn't dare. Humph. Junior brother Ren is talking so much with me. Could it be that you still have delusions in your heart? Yu Zhuqiuan said with a smile. Since I have already shown my true face, I have already made preparations to silence you. Junior brother Ren, save your strength. You may be able to withstand a few moves. Oh, right. I still have to advise junior brother Ren. You'd better kill yourself. This way I can leave you with an intact corpse. If you let me pull out my sword, it's possible that I'll cut you into 70 or 80 pieces, or even chop you into minced meat and feed it to the dogs. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua shivered, as if he was having a cold war, and said with a trembling voice, You really need to do this? There really is nothing between me and senior sister Zhang. What's the point of saying this now? Yu Zhuqiuan sneered. Do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to do it? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smirk. Ouch! Wouldn't it be very painful if I did it myself? I've been afraid of pain since I was young. Let's forget about it. How about I trouble you to come and take my life? Then he thought for a moment and slightly frowned. Also, this little brother's meat doesn't taste good. Please don't let any wild dogs eat it. I remember that last time, Lord Chun Chun came to Shishine Peak to deal with a guy called Zhao Jian, saying that he was going to cut him into pieces and feed him to wild dogs. Oh my, where did Chuanshan cult see wild dogs? How do I want to feed them? Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of panic, but his mouth was still laughing. How was he at the end of the road? This caused Yu Zhuqiuan to be extremely bewildered. While she was puzzled, she also became extremely vigilant. She circulated her energy to the extreme and observed the surrounding situation with her eyes. It was no different from usual. She couldn't see any helpers. Could it be? This guy is a great master? Yu Zhuqiuan looked at the fearless Zhang Xiaohua, and this thought quietly rose in his heart. But then he immediately denied it. How is that possible? Even if this guy had practiced internal strength since he was a child, he still wouldn't be my opponent, let alone an alchemy boy from the Pill Tower Hall. It was said that a few years ago, there was also a disciple from the Pill Tower Hall who was given an internal strength mental cultivation method by the inner gate and entered the Wombing Hall. Was this guy the same as that disciple? Alas, even if it's the same, he still died in my hands. Yes, it must be a stalling tactic. Yu Zhuqiuan was similarly confident. She reached out her hand and pulled out a long sword that was shining brightly from her waist. She said with a smile, Since junior brother Ren is so polite, I will make the first move. As he spoke, he thrust his sword forward and executed his movement technique. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and raised her heavy sword to meet the long sword in front of her. With a clang, the long sword was knocked far away. Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword did not lose its momentum and continued to smash towards Yu Zhuqiuan's chest. Ouch! Yu Zhuqiuan exclaimed. She did not expect that her first attack would be blocked. She immediately turned back and executed her lightness skill to avoid the attack. She saw that she was in the air and said, Ren Xiaoyao, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You actually hid some of your strength. Before her voice died away, the long sword in her hand was thrust towards Zhang Xiaohua's throat. Haha, it's more than just some skills. You see, Xiaoxia, will definitely not let you go back today. Haha, a laugh more arrogant than Zhang Xiaohua sounded. If you want to take my life, then, I'm not looking down on you. You still have to practice for 100 years. The long sword was like frost, and it flashed with sword light. Yu Zhuochuan held the long sword in her hand and raised her spirit. She used her exquisite sword skill and stabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua's body. Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Holding the heavy sword in his hand, he also used the nameless sword skill skillfully and blocked the attacks. Zhang Xiaohua's sword skill was not as good as Yu Zhuochuan's, but his strength was great. As long as Yu Zhuochuan's long sword touched the heavy sword, even if there was a slight distance between it and the heavy sword, it would immediately be swept away. After a few moves, Yu Zhuochuan no longer had the idea of fighting force with force. She only looked for flaws in Zhang Xiaohua's sword skills. After fighting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was getting impatient. He was an immortal qi practitioner, and sword skills were not his forte. With his great strength, he could only bully ordinary people. Although it was not difficult to deal with Yu Zhuochuan, it would take time. He heard from Zhang Pinger that it was best not to stay in the Ghost Valley for too long. He still had to pick the ghost face mushrooms. It was unreasonable to waste time here with Yu Zhuochuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stabbed the heavy sword into the ground and took out Chasing Dream from his chest. Haha, Yu Zhuochuan saw this and laughed loudly. There's that brat. Is your sword skill not a match for this young master? Yeah, you actually took out a little girl's small sword. Looks like you really are. Io, you're someone from the Tenryu sect? Yu Zhuochuan was mocking him at first, but when he saw the Chasing Dream dagger rise into the air and fly toward his throat like a nimble little snake, he finally came to his senses and cried out, this. After that, he didn't say anything else and immediately leaped backwards, looking as if he was about to escape. Zhang Xiaohua was also very surprised. He thought to himself, this Yu Zhuochuan is quite a character. Once he saw the flying sword, he immediately knew that he was no match for it. He was not willing to stay any longer. Unfortunately, since Yu Zhuochuan already had the intention to kill Zhang Xiaohua, and Zhang Xiaohua had also taken out his flying sword, how could there be any room for reconciliation between the two of them? Zhang Xiaohua rode on the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she overtook Yu Zhuochuan. She pointed her finger, and the Chasing Dream was still stabbing toward his throat. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua flying in the air and blocking in front of him, Yu Zhuochuan was not surprised and quickly used his long sword to block the flying sword. However, the flying sword was like a meteor, and he could not block it at all. After blocking a few moves, it cut open a wound on his forehead. Since this was the case, Yu Zhuochuan did not dare to stay any longer. He gritted his teeth and reached into his chest and took out an unknown item. He shook his hand and threw it towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was releasing her divine sense and saw clearly that it was a light golden jade talisman. How does this guy have an immortal jade talisman? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be shocked. Even Peacock and Chun Chen don't have it. How did he? But at this time, the jade talisman was already in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think and immediately reached in her chest and grabbed a defensive jade talisman. Without waiting for her hand to take it out, she crushed it. The golden jade talisman that Yu Zhuochuan threw was in front of Zhang Xiaohua and suddenly exploded. With a sizzle sound, dozens of golden dots sprang out, and these golden dots grew with the wind. In a flash, they turned into dozens of golden long swords and uniformly covered Zhang Xiaohua's head. Good. What kind of offensive jade talisman is this? Zhang Xiaohua thought as she rode on the wind, tried to escape the attack range of the golden long swords. Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique could not be said to be slow, but just as she escaped the attack of the long swords, The long swords immediately changed their direction and stabbed toward Zhang Xiaohua, who had already escaped to the side. At this time, the jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had just crushed also took effect. A light green light shield also rose around Zhang Xiaohua. But Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She still released her divine sense and carefully observed. Moreover, her other hand was still in her chest and did not take it out. As expected, when the golden long swords pierced into Zhang Xiaohua's light green light shield, the light shield shook for a while. When the golden long swords were destroyed, the light shield also dimmed a lot. But after a few more long swords pierced in, the light shield was about to be destroyed. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She crushed another defensive jade talisman, and another light shield appeared not far away. Yu Zhuochuan threw out her jade talisman. She did not stop and continued to run. However, as she ran, she stole a glance behind her. She saw Zhang Xiaohua being attacked by the golden longsword and was somewhat flustered. A trace of joy appeared on her face. The dimming of the light shield made her stop in her tracks. But when he saw another light shield rise, he did not dare to stay any longer and turned to run. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the defensive light shield was effective, she could not help but feel relieved. She still had a lot of jade talismans with her. Why should she be afraid of him? Hence, she looked at Yu Zhuochuan, who was running away. This guy knows how to behave. Zhang Xiaohua cursed inwardly. He floated up again and chased after them, completely ignoring the golden long swords that were chasing after him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was blocking his way again, Yu Zhuochuan narrowed his eyes. He did not reply and turned in another direction. Unfortunately, after a few more times, Zhang Xiaohua crushed a few more defensive jade talismans. The golden long swords disappeared, and Yu Zhuochuan stopped. Seeing the light green light shield around Zhang Xiaohua, Yu Zhuochuan knew that Zhang Xiaohua had crushed more than one jade talisman. His face turned pale. You really want my life? Yu Zhuochuan stared at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, unwilling to give up. Do you think you still have a way out? Zhang Xiaohua replied coldly. But if you let me go, I will give you endless benefits. Zhang Pinger, I will never fight with you again. Yu Zhuochuan's voice became softer and softer. Zhang Xiaohua did not reply. She pointed her finger, and the flying sword attacked again. Yu Zhuochuan sighed softly. Her fingers exerted force, and the thing she had prepared in her hand was crushed in an instant. A yellow defensive light shield immediately protected her within it. It was the same as what Vice Hall Master Su of the Pill Tower Hall had used previously. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. He pointed with his finger, and the flying sword stopped in the air. Zhang Xiaohua took out a few light red jade talismans from his bosom and struck them on Yu Zhuochuan's light barrier with crackling sounds. Immediately, several places were set ablaze, and the light barrier was as thin as paper. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yu Zhuochuan without the slightest bit of pity. His finger moved slightly, and the chasing dream immediately pierced the light barrier like lightning. With a light pop, the earthen yellow light barrier was destroyed, and the chasing dream pierced Yu Zhuochuan's throat. Yu Zhuochuan screamed at the top of his lungs, Ren Xiaoyao, why do you want to kill me? My master is Jing Gang. She won't forgive you. Chapter 848. Jing Gang. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. Zhu Ming did not even pause for a moment and immediately touched Yu Zhuochuan's throat. A dark red dot flashed. After that, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Yu Zhuochuan, Who is Jing Gang? How would I know? Not to mention Jing Gang, even if it was Li Gang or Wang Gang, since you have offended this Xiaoxia. Do you think I will spare you? Yu Zhuochuan's throat was pierced, and he was about to die. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, his eyes, which had already rolled back, showed an expression of disbelief and unwillingness. It was as if he was surprised that Zhang Xiaohua did not know who Jing Gang was, and also as if he was extremely sad that he had died so mysteriously. When Yu Zhuochuan fell to the ground with a myriad of thoughts, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade talisman and hit it on Yu Zhuochuan's corpse. A flame immediately appeared and burned the corpse until there was no trace left. What is this? Could it be that this guy has something good on him? Zhang Xiaohua kicked the spot where the flames had burned to see if there were any traces left behind. However, when he kicked it, he heard a crisp sound. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was a golden phoenix hairpin. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the flame in the jade talisman was extremely domineering. It could burn anything in the mortal world. Only immortal weapons and the like could not be destroyed. When he held the phoenix hairpin in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense, he felt that the fluctuations within were obscure. His divine sense seemed to have been repelled by some kind of restriction. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, "So this guy is here to deliver a treasure to me." After putting away the golden hairpin, Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully again. After confirming that there were no traces left, he turned around and walked along the faint mountain path, preparing to walk down the gentle slope. Moreover, the peacock in the refining heart cave had already lost its mind. It only wanted to live the happy life in its heart. If it was so intoxicated, in the end, the peacock would definitely completely lose its mind. It would only know how to live in this illusion. After the successor selection, it would become a walking corpse. There would never be a moment of clarity again. In the dreamscape, Peacock was sitting beside a lotus pond with her child to cool off the heat. Unintentionally, Peacock glanced at the surface of the pond that reflected the stars. Then, as if she had lost something, she immediately raised her head and stared blankly at the stars in the sky. No matter how her husband, her child, and even her father and mother cried for her, Peacock did not respond. She just stared blankly at the stars. Under the watchful eyes of the peacock, the starlight that filled the sky no longer changed. There was no more moon, no more stars, no more alternating between the sun and moon, no more changing between day and night. After an unknown amount of time, the peacock let out a long cry that shook the 9 heavens. That long cry was like a hurricane, stirring up all the scenes and people around the peacock into the sky. Finally, there was a crisp cracking sound, like a broken mirror, and all the scenes were fragmented into fragments, revealing the sky full of stars that the peacock saw in the beginning. Seeing this scene, Peacock had a slight realization. At the same time, a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. She did not know how long she had been in the Refining Heart Cave, but it was obvious that when she entered the cave, she was immediately trapped in the dreamscape. It was only now that she was able to escape from the dreamscape by chance. When she thought of this, Peacock felt lucky. She couldn't help but think, thank goodness. As the saying goes, demons are born from a heart. This dreamscape can actually read one's inner demons. It is truly powerful and impossible to guard against. But if I didn't stop it, just as Peacock thought of this, the scenery around her immediately changed. Peacock's body was about to fall again. Peacock was shocked. She did not dare to delay and quickly sat down on the ground. Her mind was clear and her heart was facing the sky. She silently chanted the Mortal Heart Sutra, trying to get rid of the inner demons that were about to appear. Peacock's method was effective. When her inner energy circulated in her body, when she opened her eyes, the scenery around her had returned to normal. Seeing that the Mortal Heart Sutra was effective, Peacock was overjoyed. She did not get up and continued to circulate her inner energy for 36 cycles. When Peacock opened her eyes again, the scenery in front of her was still the same. Perhaps this is not the key to breaking the formation. Seeing that the Mortal Heart Sutra did not work, Peacock immediately understood that just sitting down was not the key to breaking the formation. If this was the way to break the formation, her master would have told her before entering the cave. Just as Peacock thought of her master, in the starry sky, the image of Abbess Jing Fan appeared. That image said lovingly, "Peacock, demons are born from the heart. By guarding the heart, you can only prevent the inner demons from appearing. It is not enough to kill the inner demons. Only by opening your heart and releasing the inner demons can you truly kill the inner demons." As soon as she finished speaking, the image turned into specks of light and disappeared. Peacock, who already knew the power of the dreamscape in the Smelting Heart Cave, could not believe what she just heard. She stood up and pulled out the soft sword at her waist. Step by step, she carefully walked in the air. She did not know how long she walked. Perhaps it was an hour, perhaps it was a few hours. Peacock's surroundings remained the same. Sigh, when will this dreamscape end? It is so much more powerful than the Chiman 3 talents formation that I have seen before. Just as Peacock thought of the Chiman 3 talents formation, the scene in front of her changed. It was the scene when Peacock was attacked by the trio when she returned from Rejuvenation Valley. When the trio saw Peacock in the dreamscape, they all brandished their swords and pounced on her. Peacock knew that these were all illusions, but she did not know whether she should raise her sword to meet the attack. When the saber was so close, Peacock could not take it any longer and raised her sword to meet the attack. Gotcha! It was the sound of sword and saber clashing. The sound was so real that it caused Peacock to break out in cold sweat. She did not dare to imagine what would have happened if she had not raised her sword to meet the attack. Peacock fought with the trio in the dreamscape for half a day. As Peacock returned to the Smelting Heart sect, she immediately consumed the minor pulse nourishing pill, and her powers increased tremendously. Peacock paid the price of heavy injuries and successfully killed the trio. Just as the trio was killed by Peacock, the scene in front of her changed again, and they were still at the same place. Peacock's injuries were all gone. How did this happen? Peacock inspected her surroundings and shook her head. The dreamscape is so powerful. How can I pass through it? Maybe only by mastering the mortal heart technique to the heavenly Tao can I break through it. Just as the thought came to her mind, the stars in the sky suddenly twinkled. Then, a tall and skinny figure appeared in the middle of the starry sky. He was walking slowly, and his eyes were fixed on Peacock. He stepped on the void and walked towards her. Ren Xiaoyao. Peacock looked at the unfamiliar, yet familiar figure in disbelief and blurted out. Ren Xiaoyao walked in the void and blocked out all the sights. He was the only figure in the entire world. It was just like how Peacock felt when she first saw Zhang Xiaohua. He filled up the entire world. Ren Xiaoyao took a few steps forward, and in a moment, he was in front of Peacock. Peacock stared at him, dumbfounded, looking at the man who seemed to be slightly taller than himself, but felt that he was taller than the sky. He couldn't even say a word. Peacock, you are wrong. Very wrong. Ren Xiaoyao opened his mouth. It was the voice that Peacock had heard before. I am not Ren Xiaoyao. I am the heavenly axiom. It is the heavenly axiom that you have cultivated the heart of mortal mantra and have been pursuing. Now I am in front of you. Didn't you miss me? I'm here. What are you still standing there for? Ren Xiaoyao said with a smile. His eyes, which were as bright as stars, stared at the Peacock without blinking. Is that so? Then should I call you Ren Xiaoyao? Or Heavenly Tao? Peacock smiled and took a step forward. Either is fine. Ren Xiaoyao is the Heavenly Tao, and the Heavenly Tao is Ren Xiaoyao. You can call me whatever you want. Huh? Peacock waved her hand, and the flexible sword in her hand pierced Ren Xiaoyao's chest. With a swoosh, Ren Xiaoyao immediately transformed into a flowing cloud that dispersed into the starry sky and vanished without a trace. At the same time, a tall and thin figure appeared in the distance. He smiled and said, Peacock, why are you so cruel? I came to see you, and this is how you treat me? Then, with a wave of his hand, the scene changed again. It was a grassy plain. Ren Xiaoyao walked in front of Peacock and sat down. He smiled and said, Even if I am not the heavenly Tao that you have been pursuing, but I am your nemesis. If you don't end this, how can you pass the selection? Peacock stared at Ren Xiaoyao and walked closer. She still held the long sword in her hand. When she was close enough, Peacock did not answer. She raised the sword and stabbed. This time, Peacock did not get what she wanted. Ren Xiaoyao stretched out his finger and pinched Peacock's flexible sword. He smiled and said, Is this how you treat your nemesis? Then, he stretched out his other hand and scratched Peacock's face. He sniffed and said, Senior Peacock's face smells so good. I wonder what kind of powder you use. Peacock's face was burning. She tried to snatch the flexible sword back, but Ren Xiaoyao loosened his finger and the flexible sword returned to Peacock's hand. Peacock did not hesitate after receiving the flexible sword. She used her movement skills and attacked Ren Xiaoyao. Senior Peacock, what are you doing? Are you trying to murder your husband? Ren Xiaoyao asked shamelessly. How could Peacock answer this? Even if she knew it was an illusion, she would not answer. Peacock kept her mouth shut and used all her skills, but she could not hurt Ren Xiaoyao at all. Every time Peacock attacked, Ren Xiaoyao would casually dodge and almost snatch Peacock's sword away from her. Peacock saw that her soft sword did not work. She was embarrassed and angry. She stood aside, panting heavily, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Ren Xiaoyao, who was casually sitting on the ground again. Chapter 849. Zhang Xiaohua went down the slope. She didn't know if it was because of the low terrain, but there was more ghost fog in the valley below the slope. Correspondingly, there were more and more short trees and mushrooms. Zhang Xiaohua held her breath and circulated the worry-free sutra in her body. Although there was a lot of ghost fog, it was still in the form of silk. Occasionally, it would float over Zhang Xiaohua's body. It only caused a little numbness, but it didn't cause any substantial harm to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua went down the path at the bottom of the valley. She collected a lot of strange herbs and mushrooms, but she didn't encounter anything strange. The further down they went, the more luxuriant the plants on the lingering fragrance peak grew. Gradually, they blocked out the little sunlight. Coupled with the increase of the ghost fog, the place slowly became damp and cold. Although Zhang Xiaohua was immune to both heat and cold, she could still sense that this place was not friendly. However, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. Usually the forest was filled with the chirping of birds, but the ghost valley was so quiet that it was scary. There wasn't even a bird chirping, let alone a small creature like a squirrel. Pricking up her ears, Zhang Xiaohua listened carefully. Above her head, there was some faint chirping of birds, but they were very far away. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua's extraordinary hearing, she definitely wouldn't have heard it. Ghost Valley, is this how it is called? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Do I still have to go down? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hesitate. He wasn't interested in becoming an inner disciple of alchemy. So what if he didn't pass this so-called martial arts test? What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently looked down and saw some small holes in her sleeves. This set of clothes seems to have been changed when we left Shirxin Peak. How did it tear so quickly? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She looked at the other sleeve, and it was the same. That's not right. Even if it's worn out, there shouldn't be so many tiny holes. At this moment, another wisp of ghostly fog floated past Zhang Xiaohua and collided with his sleeve. The ghostly fog rushed up his sleeve and disappeared. The originally small holes on his sleeve were now much bigger. So, it's because of this ghost fog. When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately tilted her head to the side to avoid the oncoming ghost fog. Looks like this ghost fog is very corrosive. If I absorb it into my body, I'm afraid that my internal organs will be destroyed. Forget it. I should turn around. The front looks like it's filled with fog. How can I go down there? Don't be naked later. It'll be embarrassing. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to retreat. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt a slight movement in front of her chest. Oh no, my clothes are already torn. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. When she lowered her head, she saw some movement in her clothes. Zhang Xiaohua reached in her clothes and took out the two living creatures hidden inside. She saw that Goldie, who was wrapped in a shell of keystone, was slowly swaying its tail and moving its four little legs. As for Blackie, it was still motionless. Zhang Xiaohua placed Blackie back into her clothes and held Goldie in her hands. Goldie's little head was twisting up and down as though it was extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua took it out of the keystone. Goldie immediately stretched lazily in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, but it still didn't open its eyes. Is it going to wake up? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. At this moment, a few wisps of ghost fog floated past Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that she would hurt Goldie, so she moved her hand away. However, Goldie sniffed and raised its head. It sniffed at the wisps of ghost fog that floated past it. Goldie let out a soft snort, and an extremely weak white light shot out and sucked in the wisps of ghost fog. It was extremely similar to how black is sucked in the black worms in Oyan's Naiwan Palace. After it sucked in the black fog, Goldie shook its head. It sniffed and continued to search for more. Huh! When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was overjoyed. Huang Feng left in a hurry and didn't tell Zhang Xiaohua what Goldie wanted to eat. Zhang Xiaohua was vexed that she had to be a wet nurse. However, Goldie and Blackie were still unconscious. Perhaps they were relying on keystones to survive. Zhang Xiaohua thought that they would be unconscious for 100 years and that she would never be able to see them wake up in this lifetime. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Goldie could actually absorb the ghostly mist as if it was feeding on it, it would naturally grow if it ate more. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua immediately gave up on the idea of turning back. Holding Goldie in his hands, he slowly made his way down. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had been avoiding the ghost fog, but now she was heading toward the place with the most ghost fog. Goldie was also amazing. The white light from its nose was very mysterious. It didn't care how much of the black fog there was. With just a puff, the black fog was sucked in like a whale sucking in water, leaving nothing behind. The valley below the gentle slope was extremely long. Zhang Xiaohua walked for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, but she still hadn't reached the end. Because she was holding Goldie in one hand, Zhang Xiaohua only used her other hand to form a seal and pluck a large amount of herbs. As for the black fog at the bottom of the valley, most of it was sucked into Goldie's stomach. Only a small amount of it remained floating in the air because Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to chase after it. Why aren't you full yet? Seeing that Goldie had already sucked in a lot of the black fog, Zhang Xiaohua was almost afraid that Goldie would be bloated. However, when she saw that Goldie's stomach was still not bloated, Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, "Fortunately, this fellow eats fog. It's similar to drinking wind and dew. Otherwise, wouldn't I be broke from eating like this?" Just as she was thinking, a huge cloud of black fog floated over. Zhang Xiaohua quickly raised her left hand and welcomed it. Goldie sucked in a breath and finished it. Then, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her left hand and looked around again. Before Zhang Xiaohua could find anything, she suddenly felt something strange. It was as though something was spying on her. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She quickly released her divine sense, but there was still nothing alive within a 1 zhang radius. She looked around vigilantly, but there was nothing. Why is that? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, his eyes inadvertently fell on his left hand. He saw a pair of small eyes staring at him without blinking. Wasn't that Xiao Wang, who had been unconscious all this time? Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She knew how powerful Huang Feng was. Back then, she only wanted to raise Goldie and Blackie, but she didn't think about how they would treat her. Now that Goldie had woken up, her first reaction was, "Don't tell me this fellow is like its mother? Let me catch it." However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the longing, joy, and hope in Goldie's clear eyes, she couldn't help but tear up. A feeling that she had never experienced before filled her heart. It was as though this little thing was an indispensable part of her life. She just wanted to put everything in front of it, to see it happy, to see it enjoy itself. Almost without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua held Goldie in front of her eyes and reached out with her right hand, gently stroking Goldie's fur. Goldie enjoyed it very much. It lay there comfortably, its large tail wagging up and down. Then, Goldie flipped over and hugged Zhang Xiaohua's right hand with all 4 of its legs. It used its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's fingers, just like a naughty child kissing its father's palm. This child is so naughty. The 18-year-old Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand the feelings of a father, but he couldn't help but laugh. When Goldie heard that, it flipped over and stood up. It did not seem to be as weak as it was when it was born. It used its 2 hind legs and tail to support its body. It waved its two front paws up and down, but its eyes flashed with a coquettish look. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had a feeling that he understood Goldie's words. "Mother, you're the naughty one." "Mother." Zhang Xiaohua staggered and almost fell. "Am I mistaken? Is this a hallucination? I know Goldie's voice, and it's actually calling me mother." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, Goldie's face was innocent and full of concern. "Child, how am I your mother?" "I'm your father." Zhang Xiaohua laughed, but then Zhang Xiaohua burst out laughing. How could I be your father?" Goldie didn't seem to know anything about being a father or a mother. It only flipped up and down in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. After a while, it seemed to be able to move its arms and legs. It immediately waved its tail and climbed onto Zhang Xiaohua's head. It used its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's face all over. As it licked, it acted like a spoiled child. Zhang Xiaohua felt as though it was calling out to her, "Mother." She smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua felt very helpless. Although she was gratified that Goldie was acting like a spoiled child, her face was still wet and she felt very uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua carefully placed Goldie back into her left hand. But not long after, it flew onto Zhang Xiaohua's head again. It didn't lick Zhang Xiaohua's hair so much that it made a mess. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She thought of something and said, "Goldie, are you still hungry? Let's continue eating." As she spoke, she reached out to take Goldie down. However, when Goldie heard her words, it stood up on Zhang Xiaohua's head and pointed its claws forward, chirping incessantly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. "Mother, I'm hungry. Let's go." Defeated, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed like she could no longer escape from this mother. Perhaps in the future, when Xiaowang grew up, it would be able to use the book Shuo Wenjiezi to enlighten it. Perhaps it would understand. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua didn't take Goldie from the top of her head. Instead, she walked straight to the bottom of the valley. Chapter 850. Li Chui Valley had never seen such a spectacle before. A tall and skinny young man, with a palm-sized yellow marten on his head, walked forward while looking around. When he saw something that caught his eye, he immediately waved his hand. Not long after, that thing seemed to be pulled by an invisible rope and flew into the young man's hand. That thing just spun in the young man's hand and disappeared without a trace. What was even more amazing was that the yellow marten on the young man's head. No matter how the young man walked, it stood steadily on the young man's head and did not sway at all. That young man was also different from the previous disciples who entered the valley. He only looked for places with a lot of black fog. As long as the young man walked in front of the black fog, the little marten would raise its head and poke its small nose forward. A white brilliance flashed, and the black fog was immediately sucked into the little marten's nose. Looking behind the young man, sure enough, there was only a small amount of black fog floating around. It seemed that it was all sucked away by the little marten. The one who caused the spectacle was Zhang Xiaohua and her Goldie. Although the Li Chui Valley was long, there was an end after all. When Goldie had sucked away all the black fog in the valley, Zhang Xiaohua also walked to the end of the Li Chui Valley. She saw that the bottom of the valley was a semicircular mountain wall. As the black fog was sucked away, its original appearance had long been revealed. This mountain wall was different from usual. It had long been terrifyingly dark. When she touched it with her hand, it actually felt like it was cast from iron. However, on this stone wall, there were a variety of plants that were half a foot tall. These plants were roughly the same as the ones that Zhang Xiaohua picked previously. However, at a glance, it was obvious that they were very old. Were they not hundreds of years old? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Looking around, she formed a seal in her hand and picked them one by one. It took nearly half a meal's time to sweep everything clean. Among them, there were a few so-called ghost-face mushrooms. Although they were very old, they were still a distance away from being 1,000 years old. However, Zhang Xiaohua believed that as long as she handed in the ghost-face mushrooms of this age, she would definitely pass. It was true that Mei Sujin wanted to make things difficult for Zhang Xiaohua. But if she really managed to pick all the ghost-faced mushrooms that were rarely seen in the Ghost Valley, then she would have nothing to say. But don't forget, the one in charge of the distant fire hall was still the hall master, and not some third senior sister. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and down again, afraid that he might have missed something. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a burst of chatter above his head. "They're still away inside? Little Huang, are you kidding me? This is the bottom of the valley. There's no road ahead." Zhang Xiaohua was amused. This little thing must be addicted to eating. Little Huang jumped down from Zhang Xiaohua's head and stood on a protruding piece of the stone wall. First, it sniffed with its nose, then it raised its claws and scratched the stone wall a few times. The seemingly solid stone wall was immediately scratched by Little Huang. Then Little Huang stuck out its nose and pressed it against the stone wall. With a flash of white light, it forcefully sucked out a few wisps of black fog from the stone wall. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. His purpose in coming to the Li Chui Valley was to pick the ghost-face mushrooms. He didn't care about the origin of the black fog. At this moment, seeing Little Huang's actions, he suddenly realized that the ghost fog actually seeped out from the stone wall. Could it be that there's another world in this stone wall? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "Squeak, squeak." Without absorbing the ghost fog, Little Huang seemed to be a little impatient. It jumped up and down on the stone wall. Zhang Xiaohua's heart kept feeling, "Mother, mother," sigh. Zhang Xiaohua was very helpless. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhang Xiaohua. After thinking for a while, he took out a piece of jade and crushed it. A light green defensive barrier enveloped Zhang Xiaohua. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held the heavy sword in one hand and waved his hand. Little Huang immediately jumped happily onto Zhang Xiaohua's head. Then, he formed a seal, and Zhang Xiaohua rushed into the stone wall, as if there was an invisible door there. It was dark inside the stone wall, and one couldn't distinguish the direction clearly. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't reach far, so of course his eyes were dark. Fortunately, he had Little Huang on his head. Under Little Huang's guidance, he directly slanted upwards. After some time, there was an empty space in front of him. He had escaped to a cave. Before Zhang Xiaohua could do anything, Little Huang jumped up and down on his head. Its nose kept snorting. Rays of white light flashed and sucked in a lot of the black fog. After Zhang Xiaohua stood still and released his divine sense, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was a mountain path that was only about the height of a person. There was an extremely thick ghost fog in the mountain path. Compared to the ghost fog in the Ghost Valley, it was simply very clean. The ghost fog here was also more corrosive. The defensive barrier that Zhang Xiaohua cast in advance had already begun to corrode in the black fog. Where is this? Why is there so much ghost fog? Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. When he raised his head to look ahead, there seemed to be some light through the dark ghost fog. At this moment, the ghost fog at the end of the mountain path had been completely sucked in by Little Huang. Thinking that this black fog was very satisfying, Little Huang unconsciously used its little claws to hammer its chest. It also pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hair and anxiously moved forward. Soon, Zhang Xiaohua understood Little Huang's meaning. She only said that with her mouth. Once again, she used her divine sense to look ahead and raise the great wisdom sword in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua walked very slowly. On one hand, the path was a little bumpy. On the other hand, she let Little Huang suck with all his might. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that the black fog in the Ghost Valley was very rare. If it wasn't for Mei Suqin deliberately making things difficult, she wouldn't have found such a place for Little Huang to suck. And Little Huang's way of sucking was definitely very beneficial to its growth. Zhang Xiaohua walked for a while, and her eyes lit up. It was a circular space. On the empty stone wall, there were a few luminous pearls. In front of the stone wall, there were two paths. One gradually led downwards, the other gradually led upwards. For some reason, the path leading upwards didn't have much black fog, but the path leading downwards had a lot of black fog. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua led Little Huang down the mountain path. Every once in a while, there would be a luminous pearl used to light up the path. However, under the black fog, there wasn't much use. As Zhang Xiaohua went deeper, the black fog became thicker and little Huang's sucking speed slowed down. The light barrier around Zhang Xiaohua's body was almost completely corroded. She crushed another piece of jade, and the light green light barrier was restored to its original state. Just as Zhang Xiaohua finished setting up the defensive barrier, he heard a shrill cry coming from afar, and it pounced on him. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She immediately stopped and raised her sword in front of her chest. Little Huang, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. Then it was overjoyed. Its nose twitched as if it had smelled the most delicious thing in the world. Just as Zhang Xiaohua raised her sword, she felt the black fog in front of her tumbling. She didn't look carefully and saw a white object flying towards her. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to stab at the white object. The white object didn't dodge and stab at the center. However, the white object was like the black fog, and the sword missed. Shit! Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to dodge and quickly retreated. Ji. Little Huang was unhappy when it saw Zhang Xiaohua retreating. It tugged at its hair in protest. Although Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, he didn't dare to place all his hopes on this little thing that had just woken up. He reached out and took out Chasing Dream. With a wave of his hand, Chasing Dream flew out. The white thing immediately chased after it and collided with Chasing Dream. Unfortunately, Chasing Dream missed and flew past the white thing. At this moment, the thing had already flown close. With a bang, it pounced on the defensive light barrier. The light barrier swayed twice and dimmed. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that the white thing was indeed an object. A white object that was similar to the black fog and looked like snot. The white object stuck to the light barrier and flew back with a shrill sound. Then, like before, it slammed into the light barrier. Little Huang on Zhang Xiaohua's head moved at this moment. It swung its tail and floated in front of Zhang Xiaohua, blocking the white object. It snorted and the white light covered the white object. That thing did not know fear. It was only when the white light caught it and dragged it towards Goldie's nose that it realized it was in danger. It immediately retreated. It struggled for a moment, but Goldie's white light was powerless. It easily escaped. Then, that thing changed its angle and continued to crash into the light barrier. Although Goldie's movements were fast, it still could not catch up to that unknown white thing. Bang! Another sound rang out, and the light green barrier was immediately shattered. The thing seemed to have smelled something good, and it sped towards Zhang Xiaohua's body again. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was prepared. Before the white object could get close, she crushed the jade talisman in her hand, and another light barrier appeared, blocking it outside the light barrier. At the same time, Goldie also flew over. An array of light enveloped the white thing. Unfortunately, little Huang had just woken up and was still young. Although it seemed to be the white object's nemesis, the difference in strength was too great. The white object only needed to move slightly to the side, and it escaped. Little Huang was furious. It seemed to have lost face in front of its mother. With a roll, it chased after the white object. The white object didn't run far. It quickly returned and slammed into Zhang Xiaohua's light barrier. What should we do? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Chapter 851. Zhang Xiaohua watched as Goldie failed to absorb the white thing, and the white thing continued to ram into her defensive barrier. Although the defensive barrier was effective against the black fog, it only took a few hits for it to shatter. The Prajna Heavy Sword and Chasing Dream Dagger were both ineffective, and the Dragon Binding Hoop was probably useless as well. Zhang Xiaohua could only turn her attention to the offensive jade talismans. After all, she didn't know how to use the newly acquired Small Shield, Small Mirror, and the Golden Hairpin. Even the bracelet with 36 beads on her wrist could only be used as a decoration. Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind. If the fire talisman didn't work, then she would turn around and run. Goldie had already absorbed quite a bit of the black fog, so letting it eat its fill would be worthy of it calling her mother. Reaching out, Zhang Xiaohua grabbed a fire talisman and threw it out. It flew in front of the white thing, and with a pa sound, a cluster of flames rose up and landed on the white thing's body. To Zhang Xiaohua's delight, the spot where the heavy sword and the small sword had missed was actually burned a small hole by the flame. Unfortunately, the flame only lasted for a moment, and the small hole also disappeared. Good, Zhang Xiaohua cried out in her heart. Since it was able to burn a small hole, it proved that it was effective. Although it wasn't powerful enough, it was still better than hitting nothing. The flame appeared and was immediately extinguished. The white thing seemed to be stunned for a moment and hesitated for a moment. However, it immediately let out a mournful sound and flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. It seemed that this thing had been thirsty for a long time, and no one knew how many years it had been since a flesh and blood person had come here. Now that it had seen it for the first time, it had already lost its mind. Well, that was on the premise that this white thing had intelligence. As expected, that thing did not have any intelligence. Zhang Xiaohua continued to crush defensive jade talismans, evade with the wind, and hit the white thing with fire talismans. The fire talismans were not powerful enough, but there were many of them. When Zhang Xiaohua was free, she would often use these talismans to practice. Therefore, after a short while, the white thing became thinner, and the force with which it hit the light barrier was much weaker. Gradually, it lost its threat to Zhang Xiaohua. Goldie didn't stay idle either. It kept using its white light to cover that thing, and the time that thing stayed there grew longer and longer. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled as she watched the white thing's strength gradually diminish. It was still chattering nonstop, not knowing how to retreat. I don't know what this thing is, but it's actually so powerful. Luckily, I'm the one who came in. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they have lost their lives? But how did it kill? Did it turn them into minced meat? With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua threw out another handful of fire talismans. Boom! The talismans burned many huge holes in the white thing. When the flames were extinguished, the holes disappeared, and the white thing was as thin as a black fog, but its color was white. Goldie saw this and didn't hesitate anymore. It rushed forward and snorted. A light that was thicker than before enveloped the white thing. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned when she saw this. When did Goldie learn to be so cunning? Is this still the little thing that just woke up? This time, Goldie's light was stronger. Once the white thing was sucked in, no matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. Gradually, a wisp of white was sucked out of the white thing by the light and entered Goldie's nose. Following that, more and more white was sucked out. At that moment, the white thing seemed to have realized that it was in danger and struggled to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. More and more of the white substance was removed from its body by Goldie. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the white thing was completely sucked into Goldie's stomach. Gigi. Goldie let out a satisfied sound and flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's head. It stretched lazily, as though it was enjoying its meal. Do we still want to go forward? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself again. However, even though Zhang Xiaohua couldn't think, Goldie understood. It used its claws to tug on Zhang Xiaohua's hair. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. I haven't eaten enough. What? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. This time, he wasn't surprised by Goldie's appetite. Instead, he was thinking that if Goldie could read his thoughts, then what privacy would he have in front of it in the future? Even though it was just a little thing that couldn't speak, but he was still unhappy about it. Sigh, let's talk about it later. Zhang Xiaohua only thought about it. He didn't know what to do. Who knew how Goldie could communicate with him mentally? Zhang Xiaohua still had a lot of jade talismans in his money pouch, so he wasn't too worried. Thus, he held the heavy sword upside down and held a few fire talismans in his hand as he continued forward. Luckily, there was nothing else on this mountain path other than the white thing from before. Goldie also absorbed the black fog as much as it wanted until it arrived in front of a stone door. There was nothing strange about it at all. It was an extremely ordinary stone door, but it was also extremely strange. It was ordinary because it was the same shape as the courtyard doors and doors that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. It felt as though it could be opened with a push. It was strange because the entire stone door was emitting a faint blood-red color. It was very different from the dark green color of the stone walls on the mountain path. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to think that there must be something extremely dangerous behind this stone door. However, the stone door wasn't completely closed. There was a small gap on the side of the door. The thick black fog in the mountain path floated out from this small gap. The black fog in the mountain path had been mostly sucked in by Goldie. It had returned to its original appearance. Under the luminous pearl, the black fog could be seen flying out from the gap. Goldie jumped down from Zhang Xiaohua's head and leaped to the front of the stone door. It greedily sucked in a few times before it snuck in through the gap. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked when he saw this. He shouted, "Be good, Goldie!" Suddenly, Goldie's little head popped out from the gap before it disappeared again. Zhang Xiaohua was originally hesitating, but this time, Goldie made the decision for him. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the gap and inserted his heavy sword into the gap. With a light pry, the stone door slid open. More black fog floated out from the gap, and light seeped out. Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes and peered through the gap. It was a small cave. The cave was inlaid with many luminous pearl. There was still a lot of black fog in the cave, and it was even thicker than what he saw on a mountain path. In the middle of the cave, there was a platform that was about the height of a person. There were some strange objects placed on top of it. Due to the distance, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see them clearly. At this moment, Goldie was sitting on the platform with its body upright as it sucked in the black fog. Seeing that there was no danger, Zhang Xiaohua used his heavy sword to push open the stone door. He looked around with his eyes and divine sense and stepped into the cave. The ground in the cave was very flat, just like the mountain path on Lingering Fragrance Peak. It was paved with limestone slabs. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the platform and didn't find anything strange. There were some strange objects placed on the platform, but Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell what they were used for. With his divine sense, he didn't sense any yuan qi fluctuations from them. Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto the platform and saw something similar to the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the middle of the platform. However, this pill furnace was much smaller, only the size of 2 fists. The interior of the pill furnace was also solid, and it was obvious that it wasn't used to refine pills. Below the pill furnace, there was a black pearl that was the size of a date. Beside the pearl on the flat platform, there was a wisp of black fog that was constantly flowing up. The black fog was extremely fine, and it was almost invisible. However, when it spread out in the air, it gradually expanded, as though it was expanding. So, the black fog in Evergreen Valley is gushing out from here. Where is this place? In an instant, countless questions rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's mind, faster than the black fog that was gushing out. Could it be that this platform is used to block the black fog? Perhaps this black pearl is used to suppress the black fog? Squatting on the platform, Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and thought for no reason. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the black pearl moved and flew above the black fog that appeared out of thin air. However, it only stopped for a while before it was immediately pushed by the black fog and rolled to the place where the pearl was just now. Then Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell, and the pearl flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua again. Carefully looking at this black pearl, Zhang Xiaohua also tried to use her divine sense to invade it, but the strange fluctuations on the pearl couldn't find any flaws at all. Maybe it's some kind of treasure? Zhang Xiaohua thought. Seeing that there was no more pearl on the platform, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and kept the pearl in her money pouch. But why is this black fog gushing out of thin air? Zhang Xiaohua was still curious about the origin of the black fog. Her eyes and divine sense scanned the area for a long time, but she didn't find any clues. At this time, the black fog in the cave had been mostly absorbed by Goldie. Seeing that Goldie's absorption speed was getting slower and slower, it must have eaten its fill as it squinted its eyes and wagged its tail. Seeing the vertical scratches on Goldie's forehead, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She stretched out her left hand and pointed it at the place where the black fog gushed out. She closed her eyes and used the essence of Dan in her Naiwan palace to connect with the illusion breaker, I, in her left hand. Only feeling a heavy wave of fatigue in her heart, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and quickly opened her illusion breaker eye. What entered her eyes was a thin black line that stretched from the top to the bottom. In Zhang Xiaohua's illusion breaker, I couldn't see it anymore. It had reached the end. Oh, it turned out to be a type of pitch-black gas. It actually came from underground, and I can see it with my delusion breaker Dharma eye. But what is this black gas? Zhang Xiaohua closed her falsehood breaker eyes and thought, if my skills are strong enough, my falsehood breaker eyes will be able to see very far. Maybe I can see where the black chi is coming from. Chapter 852. Zhang Xiaohua was right. As long as one had enough divine powers, they would be able to see the origin of the black gas. However, this enough divine powers was something that Zhang Xiaohua would never have thought of. The black gas came from an unknown place underground and appeared abruptly on top of the platform. It was obvious that it did not follow an ordinary underground route. It was not the place Zhang Xiaohua thought he would normally go through. However, this platform blocked Zhang Xiaohua's line of sight and restricted his line of thought at the same time. Moreover, the strange thing on the platform made him mistake the purpose of the platform. He thought that the platform was to block the black gas. However, the real purpose of the platform was to raise the height so that the black bead could block the black gas from gushing out. The place where the black gas came from and the route it took were not the same as the platform, nor were they in the same space. To see the origin of the black lines in this space, the kind of divine power, TSK, perhaps could only be seen when Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation reached an unimaginable level. Just as Zhang Xiaohua closed his delusion breaker, Goldie, who was lazily sucking in the black gas, seemed to have sensed something and immediately flew to his side. Goldie copied Zhang Xiaohua's actions and squatted in front of the black gas. The delusion breaker eye on its forehead opened slightly. However, unlike Zhang Xiaohua, Goldie's eyes only opened slightly. Then, a ray of silver light shot out and stared at the place where the black gas came from. Squeak, squeak. Goldie squeaked as if it was very happy. Then, it threw itself on the platform and put its nose to the place where the black gas came from. A ray of white light shot out, and the black gas seemed to be attracted and went straight into Goldie's nose. Seeing that Goldie was sucking in the black gas again, Zhang Xiaohua stood up with a smile. At this time, there was not much black gas left in the cave, and they could already see clearly. When Zhang Xiaohua first came in, he was attracted by the platform in the cave and did not pay attention to anything else. Now that he had some free time, he looked around and was overjoyed. In the corner of the cave, there were dozens of strange plants, one of which was the ghost-face mushroom he was looking for. The ghost-face mushroom was more than half a foot long. The top of the mushroom was reddish-brown, and in the middle of the reddish-brown mushroom, there was a vivid ghost face with fangs. Is there really such a strange thing in the world? Seeing that it really looked like the ghost face in the legends, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but praise. This ghost face mushroom really lives up to its name. From the looks of it, it is at least 1,000 years old. And if it is really 10,000 years old, I'm afraid it will become a spirit. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly paused. Then what is that white thing in the mountain path? Looking at it, it seems to be alive, but also not alive. Could it be that something here has become a spirit? Looking at the things in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shiver. Then, Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and took out a pile of jade boxes and collected everything. Then, he clapped his hands and walked back to the platform. Xiao Huang, be good. It's time to go. Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands and said. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huang did not fly up to Zhang Xiaohua's head as fast as he expected. Instead, it did not seem to care and lazily raised its head. Its little head swayed and looked sleepy. What is this for? Zhang Xiaohua was curious and walked up to support Xiao Huang. Don't sleep here, it's so dark here. Don't catch a cold. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huang used its little paws to block Zhang Xiaohua's hand, as if it did not want to be carried. Then it forced itself to wake up and straightened its body. As it squeaked, it pointed at the faint black gas on the platform and explained something to Zhang Xiaohua. Indeed, after a moment, Zhang Xiaohua understood and said in shock, "You want to sleep here? Xiao Huang, be good. Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little speechless when he heard little Martin's firm reply. He couldn't help but feel reluctant to part with little Martin. He was the one who delivered little Martin, and he had been holding it close to his chest ever since. Although little Martin had called him mother, he felt very happy. He felt that he hadn't let little Martin down for so long. Now that little Martin was going to stay here alone, he felt as if he was watching his child grow up and leave him. However, when he thought about little Martin's performance in Lichui Valley and thought about how he had not moved for so long after he had warmed it, he thought that the black gas had a great effect on little Martin's growth. This kind of black gas was something that could only be found by chance. If he forcefully took it away, he did not know when he would encounter it again. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and looked at the stone door that was wide open. He smiled and said, "Let's leave this door open first, but you have to be careful. If it's closed, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to push it open." That little Martin seemed to understand. With his so sound, it flew to Zhang Xiaohua's head and scratched his hair. Its big tail swayed in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and allowed it to be mischievous. He walked to the door and patted little Martin. "I'm leaving. If you're full, come and find me. Or if I leave Lingxiang Peak, I'll come and take you away." Little Martin squeaked a few times and flew back to the platform. It lay there slanted and looked as if it was about to fall asleep. Zhang Xiaohua took one last look and walked up the mountain path. He walked back along the path that he came from. Along the way, the black fog had already disappeared and it was rather clean. Thinking that little Martin had already woken up and had found a place to grow, Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously took Little Black out of his bosom. However, Little Black was still sleeping soundly like before. It was not interested in the black fog and the surroundings at all. Perhaps Little Black's opportunity is still in the future. While thinking, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the empty cave with the fork in the path. He originally wanted to go back to the original path. However, when he thought about how he had unintentionally given Little Yellow an opportunity, and how Little Yellow was slowly growing up while Little Black was still the same as before, he thought that if Little Black also called him mother, the two little things would play and act coquettishly with him. Wouldn't that be great? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the other fork in the path and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He kept Little Black in his bosom and continued to move forward with the great wisdom sword. He raised his head and walked towards the other mountain path. This mountain path was clean, and there was no black fog. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the stone walls of the mountain path for a long time. However, he did not find any clues. However, Lingxiang Peak was the core of Lingxiang cult. It was also the foundation of a large sect when the way of immortals flourished 10,000 years ago. It was normal that there was something that Zhang Xiaohua did not know. This mountain path went up. Zhang Xiaohua walked up the stairs very carefully. However, the luminous pearl on the stone wall emitted a faint brilliance, illuminating the mountain path. After walking for a long time, he did not see anything strange. The mountain path was not straight. Instead, it meandered upwards. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not know where he had walked to. Just as he was muttering in his heart, the mountain path leveled out and led straight to a white door. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. Before he reached the end of the mountain path, he immediately recognized that the white door was carved out of a piece of white jade. When he walked closer, Zhang Xiaohua did not act rashly. He released his divine sense and looked carefully. When he did not find any hidden mechanisms, he moved forward. The door carved out of white jade was about the same size as the door he had seen underground. However, only the middle of this white jade door had a smooth jade surface. The surroundings of the door were engraved with patterns that were similar to the stone tablet Zhang Xiaohua had seen at the foot of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Could it be that this door was a magic weapon? Zhang Xiaohua then took out the small shield he obtained from Floating Hill Peak and carefully compared it. Sure enough, the pattern of the two was similar. However, after looking at it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua could not see the use of the pattern. Maybe it's time to go in and take a look. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua still did not use her hands. Instead, she held the great wisdom sword and gently opened the door. The door looked very heavy, but Zhang Xiaohua did not use much strength and just gently pushed it open. When Zhang Xiaohua looked inside, she could not help but be flabbergasted. Behind the door was not a cave like Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. It was also not like before where there was a platform. Instead, it was a rather large hall. If it was a large hall, Zhang Xiaohua would not be surprised. However, all the furnishings in the hall were carved out of white jade. Even the surroundings of the hall, including the ceiling and the floor, were all made of white jade. She had seen extravagant people before, but she had never seen such extravagance. When Zhang Xiaohua was in the mysterious mountain villa, she had seen dozens of coffins carved out of jade. However, even though those were shocking, it was not as shocking as the entire hall made of white jade. Think about it. What kind of feeling would it be to see a jade stone as white as snow, a jade stone as warm as the arm of a beautiful woman, step under your feet and sit under your butt? However, this was not considered much. After Zhang Xiaohua had seen everything in the hall, she could not help but sit on the warm jade stool in a daze. Saliva continuously flowed down her mouth as she greedily looked at the white jade. She was almost mumbling to herself, what kind of extravagance is this? He really didn't dare to imagine that this entire hall, everything in this hall was carved together. Could it be that this entire hall is carved out of a single piece of white jade? After a long while, when her saliva had formed a puddle on the white jade floor, Zhang Xiaohua finally regained her senses. She hurriedly rubbed the saliva on the floor with her feet and stood up. She reluctantly touched the jade table in front of her, feeling the smoothness of the surface. She admired the white, flawless surface of the jade and let out a long sigh. Heavens, since you did not give me the ability to take away this jade hall, why did you let me see it? Chapter 853. That's right. Not to mention the value of this jade hall. Just by looking at the hall's colorful jade and beautiful flowers, it would make people greedy. Just looking at it and not having the ability to take it for themselves, how could Zhang Xiaohua not sigh? After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. There's a kind of liking called letting go. Maybe if I don't take it away, it will leave a good impression in my heart. Immediately, she said in distress, but I really want to take it away. What's the matter with the fragrant religion? Why would they put such a thing here? Don't they know? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously became vigilant. There was no one here, but it didn't mean that no one on Lingering Fragrance Peak knew. It also didn't mean that no one would come. She had better be careful. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her attention from the hall carved with jade and carefully observed the furnishings in the hall. The furnishings in the hall were very simple. In addition to the stone table, stone chairs, stone stools, and other things that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before, there were some silk and other things in the hall. Directly above the hall, there were 3 portraits. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked forward and carefully looked at the 3 portraits. In the middle of the 3 portraits, there was a woman in green. Her figure was graceful and her face was covered with a veil. She held a long whip in her hand and stood beside a small bridge. Her eyes were looking at the gurgling water under the small bridge, as if she was thinking about something. On the left was a portrait of a man in embroidered clothes. He held a long knife in his hand and rode on a horse. It seemed that the wind was blowing and the man's clothes were flying, showing his heroic spirit. On the right was another portrait, but it was a scholar in white. A sword hung at his waist and a folding fan in his hand. He was walking leisurely and seemed to be endlessly carefree. These 3 paintings seemed to be from a long time ago. The paintings were yellowed, but they were drawn very realistically. Everyone was vivid and lifelike on the paper. Although the face of the woman in green was covered by a veil, the tenderness of her emotions could be seen at a glance. It was a subtle contrast to the heroism of the man on the horse and the elegance of the white-robed scholar. While admiring it, Zhang Xiaohua realized that there was a large blank space beside the scholar's portrait. It would be perfect if another painting was placed there. Could it be that there was a 4th portrait here in the past? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head, but this thought only flashed through her mind. Whether there was a portrait or not, it had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. Why would she think about it? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be used to picking up junk. After looking at the portraits, she searched the magnificent hall for a long time. But she couldn't find any junk that she could pick up. She couldn't help but feel resentful. While she was setting up this dazzling jade hall, she nagged, "AI, this is such a luxurious hall. Elder of the fragrant religion, can't you put some magical tools here? Even if you don't like them, you can just throw 1 or 2 away. You can't blame me for coming here." As she spoke, she walked to the door of the jade. Looking at the door, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. Could it be that this door that can move is also a part of this jade? When she released her divine sense, she looked carefully. Indeed, the door had an extremely intricate mechanism that was connected to the hall. Looking at the pattern of the jade, it matched the hall perfectly. Needless to say, the door was also a part of the entire jade. "I've been defeated," Zhang Xiaohua sighed and was about to retract his divine sense. What is this?" Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly discovered that around the jade door, in other words, the exterior of the jade hall that was covered by the mountain rocks, there were actually some yuan qi fluctuations. Could it be the entire hall is a magical tool? Or is there a part that could be refined? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and escaped into the stone wall. She followed the outside of the hall and used her divine sense to search. This jade hall was quite big. She followed the traces of the fluctuation on the outside, but couldn't find any clues. Zhang Xiaohua's vision turned dark, and she came to an empty space. "Oh no, I only looked in front and didn't pay attention to back. Where am I? Sigh, lingering fragrance peak really can't be rushed. I haven't walked much, and I'm already lost." Zhang Xiaohua secretly regretted it. Before he could take out the night-luminescent pearl, the darkness in front of him suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with light. What's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised and thought. However, when he saw everything before him clearly, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? It turned out that what appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua was a straw hut in front of a river. Zhang Xiaohua was standing on a wooden bridge that extended into the river's waters. Isn't this the place where I met my dream and Shirtai? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to understand, a girl bounced over and asked with a smile, "Xiaohua, did you catch a fish today?" "Fish?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she lowered her head, she saw the great wisdom sword in her hand. Wasn't she holding a fishing rod in her hand? Looking at her body, she was exactly the same as when she was 12 years old. Illusion array. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood in his mind and wanted to release his divine sense. But when he saw that Meng was also 11 years old, he immediately changed his mind. Yes, even if it was an illusion array, so what? Ever since he parted ways with Meng at the riverside, they hadn't seen each other for many years. Although their encounter in the mortal world was short, Meng had left a deep mark in his heart. Although he didn't know where Meng was and could only taste her appearance in his memory, he didn't know what Meng was like now. But as long as he could see Meng again, be together with Meng again, and smell her breath again, so what if he fell into an illusion array? However, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while. It seemed that at the riverside, he was seriously injured. Most of the time, he was lying on the bed and was taken care of by Meng. He had never done anything like fishing before. Of course, since it was an illusion array and he could be together with Meng, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to pursue the matter. She smiled and said, "Who said I didn't? I just caught 2 kissing fishes. Seeing that they were family, I couldn't bear to part with them, so I let them go this time." Xiao Ming, don't tell me you want to eat 2 kissing fishes in fish soup. Hee hee, Brother Xiaohua, you are really too naughty, Meng said as she stepped forward and pointed her fair finger at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. This intimate action was something that Zhang Xiaohua had imagined countless times in his mind. Now that it really happened in the illusion array, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. You know why? Behind Meng, another girl appeared. She was Nie Xiaoyu, who appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind when he said "little fishy" just now. Brother Ren, are you okay? Nie Qinyu was still shy and asked with her head slightly lowered. Before Zhang Xiaohua could answer, Meng sneered, "Xiaohua, who is she?" Looking at Meng's cold and indifferent expression, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly said, "Meng, don't misunderstand. Little Fishy is a little girl that I saved on the road. I was just sending her home." Nie Qinyu nodded and said, "Sister, Brother Ren is really a good person. He was just sending me home." "Just sending you home?" Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then at Nie Qinyu and said with a smile, "It seems that he also won the martial arts competition. He even taught me the Forget Worries Sutra. Well, he also told me about the cicada's mournful cry to the eternal pavilion. Do you think I don't know anything?" Looking at Meng's indifferent and sorrowful eyebrows, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang of heartache. Even though they were in the illusion array and he knew that this was just a memory in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua was reluctant to let Meng be unhappy. He stepped forward and held Meng's fair hand. He said in a low voice, "Meng, you're the only one in my heart. When I saw you before, I was still young and didn't know anything. But all these years, I've been thinking about you. All these years?" Meng was surprised and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We have only met for a few days." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said patiently, "Anyway, you are the only one in my heart. If I don't tell you now, I will regret it when you leave with Shirtai. "Really?" Meng smiled mysteriously and said, "Brother Xiaohua, you said you missed me, but why didn't you look for me?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "I wanted to look for you, but I don't know where you are. Jianghu is so big, At this time, Meng held one hand and covered Zhang Xiaohua's mouth with the other hand. She said with a smile, "Brother Xiaohua, don't say any more. I know what you're thinking. Actually, I am the same. Since I met you, my heart can't hold anyone else. I just want to be with you for the rest of my life." "Me too," Zhang Xiaohua said happily. "But," Meng turned around and pointed at Nie Qinyu, "what about her?" "Her?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. At this time, Nie Qinyu had already burst into tears. She covered her mouth and said, "Brother Ren, I know what you are thinking. You can go with this sister. I am fine." Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. At this time, Meng flung her hand and ran away quickly. She said as she ran, "Brother Xiaohua, it is not that I don't believe you, but I don't trust this girl. I think you should find a way to make her disappear from this world. Only then can I see you." After saying that, Meng disappeared without a trace. The fishing rod in Zhang Xiaohua's hand also disappeared, and the Prajna heavy sword reappeared. Nie Qinyu took a step forward and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. She said, "Brother Run, just kill me. I miss you and miss you. If I can't see you, I would rather die." "Ha ha!" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "Even if it is an illusion, even if it is a fake person in my heart, it is a real killing. Will my dream allow me to do it? Do you think I'll let myself do it?" Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish her words, a crisp kacha sound rang out. It was as if a bronze mirror had shattered. All the scenes disappeared, and another scene appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Chapter 854. Peacock and Ren Xiaoyao had spent a lot of time together in the Refining Heart Cave, and they were already familiar with each other. Peacock had also been through countless trials and tribulations. She knew that Ren Xiaoyao was just her inner demon, an illusion created by her in the Refining Heart Cave. He was not real. Initially, she was still a little reserved, but after a while, she could not care less. In addition, Peacock remembered Abbess Jing Fan's advice that she had to follow her heart in the refining heart cave and let nature take its course. Only then would she have a chance to break the array. Hence, she no longer held back. It was all her own wishful thinking, and no one would know. Maybe she could find a chance in this place. At this time, Peacock and Ren Xiaoyao were chatting about some private matters. Peacock would occasionally ask about cultivation methods and opportunities. Suddenly, Ren Xiaoyao, who was hugging Peacock, disappeared in a flash of light. Oh, did I succeed in refining my heart? Did I break the array? Peacock was overjoyed. However, the starlight and her body lying in midair told her that she was still in the illusion array. What's going on? I didn't kill Ren Xiaoyao. How did he disappear? While Peacock was still in shock, she saw Zhang Xiaohua's head poking out from not far away. He looked around as if he was looking for something. Peacock smiled and leaped forward. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua's neck and said, "Hubby, where did you go? I'm asking you a question." This Zhang Xiaohua was the real Zhang Xiaohua. When he was enlightened in the illusion array, he didn't kill Nie Qinyu just because she was an illusion. Instead, he used her to please the illusion. The illusion array immediately changed and sent Zhang Xiaohua to another place. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua saw a place filled with stars. He was walking in the void, thinking that the dream was hidden somewhere in the starry sky. Thus, he didn't dare to release his divine sense, afraid that if he broke the array, he wouldn't be able to see the dream. Just as he was looking around for his dream, he saw the peacock flying towards him. The peacock hugged him and affectionately called him husband. Zhang Xiaohua fainted and mumbled, "Sister, Kong, why are you here?" Yes, she called him hubby. How could he still call her Master Kong? Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to have a peacock in his heart. How could he not be embarrassed? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua calling her Sister Kong, Peacock giggled. She lifted Zhang Xiaohua's head and kissed him on the cheek. She said, "You're such a lovable and hateful person. You call me your wife, and now you're calling me sister. Do you think I should slap you to death?" Peacock's kiss was so real that it made Zhang Xiaohua's face burn. He thought to himself, Since when did I have such thoughts about Master Kong? This is so flattering. Then, he was shocked. Don't tell me she saw it in her dream. If she sees it, she'll be angry again. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua immediately pushed Peacock away and said, "Big, Sister Kong, this is not good. What if someone else sees? Someone sees it?" Peacock smiled. "Aren't you me, and I'm you? How can anyone see it?" As she spoke, she walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and floated up. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Xiaohua's neck and said, "It's all because of you. You still want me to be your wife? Even now, you still call me big sister. Then you're me, and I'm you?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "How can I not know? But isn't there a dream beside me?" Hearing Peacock's reprimand, Zhang Xiaohua peeked at the stars around them and whispered, "Then I'll call you my wife, but what?" Peacock's face was a little red. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said shyly, "You'll only tell me the truth if I let you put it here?" Zhang Xiaohua put his hand there and felt like he was struck by lightning. His heart was trembling. Oh my God, how can this illusion array be so real? He thought to himself, and his fingers scratched a few times. Could it be that this is what it feels like? The strange feeling from his hand made Zhang Xiaohua's heart itch. But he quickly calmed himself down and looked around. "Dream, where are you? Please don't see me." Peacock's face was still burning. She scolded, "I knew you wouldn't be honest. Sai, who asked you to be my nemesis? I saw you in the Rejuvenation Valley. Sai, I don't know, it's nothing, but I just can't forget you. Oh my God, why do I feel so good about myself?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Master Kong is an inner disciple. I can't believe I thought so badly of him. But since you're my enemy, I've given you everything here. Why can't you let me see through, let me see the secrets of heaven? As she spoke, Peacock hugged Zhang Xiaohua again and stretched out her cherry lips. Petrified, Zhang Xiaohua felt moist and fragrant. His heart was like a monkey on a horse. This illusion is really... Besides, it's too erotic. I have to deal with it quickly. Don't let Meng see it. Should I kill her? How can I do that? Even if it's fake, I have to follow my heart. I can't kill innocent people for their treasures. Oh, Heaven's Way. Just by looking at the Heaven's Way, I can let Sister Kong go. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. He looked at the starry sky and cupped Peacock's face. He kissed her red lips and smiled. If you can leave just by looking at the Heaven's Way, then your husband will open your eyes and let you see what the real Heaven's Way is. As he spoke, he crossed his legs and sat with his palms facing the sky, trying to understand the Heaven's Way in his mind, and at the same time, trying to show his understanding to the starry sky. Zhang Xiaohua was right. In the illusion array, the demon was born from the heart. Even the understanding of the Heaven's Way could be shown. However, the Heaven's Way was still the Heaven's Way. It was not something an illusion array could compare to. How much of the Heaven's Way could be shown was debatable. But even if it was just a trace of the Heaven's Way, in this illusion array, how unparalleled was it? In an instant, the starry sky, which was silent and motionless, began to move slowly, as if every star had its own unique path, and the entire starry sky's path was projected. Peacock was stunned on the spot. She was just challenging her own heart as usual, challenging her nemesis, Ren Xiaoyao, who knew that his answer this time would be different from before. He would show her the Heaven's Way. She was pleasantly surprised and could not believe her ears. When she saw the reflection of the Heaven's Way in the starry sky, she knew immediately that this was the end result of her painstaking cultivation of the Mortal Heart Sutra. Such a heaven-defying opportunity was placed right in front of her eyes. Immediately, she crossed her legs and sat down, channeling the Mortal Heart Sutra. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the starry sky, trying her best to imprint the Heaven's Way in her mind. After an unknown amount of time, the Heaven's Way was still moving, but Peacock could not understand it anymore. She was, after all, a martial artist, and the Mortal Heart Sutra was just a way to pursue the path of immortality. To be able to learn a trace of the Heaven's Way from Zhang Xiaohua's way was already a rare and precious thing. Peacock knew that her opportunity had come to an end. She immediately closed her eyes and channeled her Mortal Heart Sutra. Not long after, Peacock realized that her Mortal Heart Sutra had reached an unimaginable level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it had reached the peak of perfection. Peacock was overjoyed. She stood up and looked at the Heaven's Way that was still moving, and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged. She could not help but think, Master was right. This man is my nemesis, and only by going with the flow will I be able to get the opportunity to break the array. I might even be able to achieve a breakthrough in the Mortal Heart Sutra. At the same time, Peacock suddenly thought, no wonder Master was so tight-lipped about her experience in the Cave of Refined Heart. How could she tell anyone about such an embarrassing experience? Peacock's face turned red as she thought about it. At this moment, the Heaven's Way stopped moving. Zhang Xiaohua stood up with a smile. Have you understood it? Peacock smiled and jumped into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. She buried her face in his neck and murmured, Yes, yes. Just as she uttered the words, I'm enlightened, Peacock felt a force tugging at her. She immediately understood that she had broken the array and was about to leave this illusion. She was about to leave this man who had been with her for who knows how long. And she was about to leave this man who had given birth to a child with her. I'm leaving, Xiaoyao, my husband. I'll always remember everything that happened here. Peacock's tears dripped down and stained Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. She opened her cherry lips and bit Zhang Xiaohua's neck, leaving a row of deep teeth marks on Zhang Xiaohua's neck. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to jump and scream, Peacock disappeared without a trace. Only Zhang Xiaohua's cries of pain resounded through the entire starry sky. Lord Kong, Sister Kong, Lady Kong, you are too cruel. It's just an illusion. How can it be so realistic? I'm really in pain. Fortunately, Peacock had already left the illusion array. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Zhang Xiaohua touched the teeth marks on her neck and smiled bitterly. I don't know if Meng will see them when I find her later. I can't bring the things in the illusion array out. Don't tell me I still have these teeth marks on my neck when I go out. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to continue searching for Dream, she heard someone shouting from afar. Rin Xiaoyao, stop right there. Chapter 855. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised to hear the familiar voice. When he turned around, he was even more surprised. He thought to himself, are you kidding me? When did this Chun appear in my memory again? Could it be that I also have some feelings for her? Chin held a long sword and was very happy to see Zhang Xiaohua. She gritted her teeth and said, you little thief, stop right there. I gave everything to you. You eloped with Nye Qinyu. What? Zhang Xiaohua fell down. Fortunately, they were in a strange, starry sky, and he was not afraid of falling down. What the hell is going on? When did my memory become so bad? But if you want to argue, Nye Qinyu is in front of Chun. While he was thinking, Chun came closer and was in a flying position. Zhang Xiaohua saw Chun glaring at him coldly with a face full of anger and did not hesitate to stab the sword into his heart. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the sword was just an illusion and would not really take his life. However, when he thought about how Lord Peacock had bitten his neck just now and it was still hurting, was there any need to say anything else when the sword pierced through his body? Therefore, he raised his right hand and grabbed the tip of the sword. He exerted a little force and snatched it away. Chin was not surprised to see the long sword being snatched away. She widened her almond-shaped eyes and said, you little thief, how dare you treat me like this and not let me kill you to vent my anger? You are really ungrateful. After that, she did not care about the long sword and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's ear and shouted, how dare you cheat on me again and again? How dare you break my heart again and again? Ouch. It was the first time in Zhang Xiaohua's life that a girl had pulled his ear like that. He couldn't help but feel strange. Even if he was angry, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. Thinking about the appearance of the illusion peacock just now, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He threw his sword on the ground, grabbed Chin's hand that was pulling his ear with his left hand, and wrapped his right hand skillfully around Chin's waist. He smiled and said, sister. Chun. Before he could finish a sentence, Zhang Xiaohua felt something was wrong. He didn't seem to be calling her that intimately enough. Sure enough, Chin's hand was grabbed by Zhang Xiaohua, and she immediately tried to break free. She even pulled Zhang Xiaohua's ear and scolded, you were calling me your wife just now, and in the blink of an eye, you've become my sister. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Why was this exactly the same as what Peacock said? However, it dawned on her that they were all in her own illusion. How could there be any difference? When she was with Peacock earlier, Zhang Xiaohua already had a way to deal with girls, and now it was not difficult. She just held Chun in her arms and coaxed her gently. It did not take long for Chin's anger to dissipate. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Chin is even more voluptuous than Peacock. How come I didn't know that I could still remember this in this illusion? What am I thinking about every day? In the illusion, Chin was more straightforward than Zhang Xiaohua thought. After a few rounds of tenderness, Zhang Xiaohua had taken the initiative to comfort Chin, but now, Chun was the one who took the initiative to take the initiative. Ouch! What should I do? Although it's an illusion. But, after all, it's not a dream. Maybe the dream is watching us. Just now, when she saw Nye Xiaoyu, she was already furious. If she saw me and Chun together, what would happen? Zhang Xiaohua managed to keep her mind calm. Although there was a faint expectation in her heart, when she thought about her dream, she could not help but hesitate. Seeing Chin's blushing face and her seductive eyes, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She moved closer to Chin's ear and said, wife, you. Wait a moment. Chin glanced at her. Xiaoyao, my husband. Chin bit her lips slightly. Her eyes were watery. What do you want? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood. Her face immediately turned red, and she said hurriedly, "Don't you want to see the heavenly Tao?" Heavenly Tao? Chun Chun was originally infatuated, but when she heard the heavenly Tao, she immediately became wild with joy. She thought to herself, "Sure enough, the opportunity has arrived. Of course, you're my husband. Of course, you'll give it to me." As she said this, her little hand unceremoniously pinched Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and did not dare to be careless. She pushed Chun Chun slightly and calmed her mind. She expelled all the distracting thoughts and fantasies in her mind. Then, she communicated with the illusion array, and the stars in the sky began to move. Chun Chun looked at her husband, who had been with her for who knows how long. Seeing the surrounding stars change, she immediately sat cross-legged like a peacock and operated the Mortal Heart Sutra. Soon, she became a solemn statue, which was completely different from before. Chun Chun's cultivation level was lower than Peacock's by 2 levels. The evolution of the heavenly Tao was only less and stopped. Even so, the improvement of the Mortal Heart Sutra was not something that Nun Jingfan could achieve. Of course, this was only the cultivation of the Heart Sutra. It was different from martial arts or internal energy. Looking at Chun Chun, who stood up, Zhang Xiaohua was a little reluctant, but still asked with a smile, "Wife, have you understood?" "Husband, with you, of course I can understand." Before Chun Chun finished speaking, her face immediately lit up with joy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her with a smile. She knew that Chun Chun in this illusion would disappear again. Sure enough, Chun Chun hugged Zhang Xiaohua and kissed him fiercely on the lips. Zhang Xiaohua responded by hugging her with his left hand and covering his neck with his right to prevent another sneak attack. However, suddenly, her lips hurt and there was a salty taste. "Oh God, it's impossible to guard against it." Zhang Xiaohua cried out miserably. Chun Chun smiled and said, "I will always remember you, my husband." Before she finished speaking, Chun Chun disappeared. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left behind, shouting, "Why are you like Peacock? Could it be that all the girls in my memory are this violent?" Licking the wound on her lips, Zhang Xiaohua was in pain but happy at the same time. Her heart was flying. Chun Chun, who was out of the illusion, was a little surprised. "What? There's blood in this illusion?" Then, she wiped it with her finger and shook her head. "How is this blood? Are there golden threads in human blood?" Just as she was about to shake off the golden liquid, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She placed her finger in front of her mouth and licked it with her small tongue. She thought to herself, "This is my husband's blood. How can I waste it?" Just when Chun Chun was feeling happy, she heard someone exclaim. Someone else came out. Chun Chun was suddenly awakened. She saw that she was standing where she was before she entered the Refining Heart Cave. Beside her was her senior sister, Peacock. "Senior sister, you came out too?" Thinking about what happened in the illusion, Chun Chun could not help but blush. Fortunately, there was a veil covering her face so others could not see it. "Congratulations, junior sister, you came out too." Peacock had calmed down and said with a hint of melancholy, "Senior sister, aren't you the same? You came out a long time ago." Where are the other senior sisters?" "Not out yet." Chun Chun looked around and was surprised. It was already nightfall and a day had passed. There were only 2 people who came out of the illusion safely. "It's still early. I heard the elders say that the Refining Heart Cave will only close tomorrow morning. By then, the disciples who didn't break the illusion will be forced out." "Oh, why didn't the master say this?" "The elders were afraid that we would be lucky and affect the Refining Heart Cave, so they didn't say anything. We can't tell the disciples who enter the Refining Heart Cave in the future." Before Peacock finished speaking, there was a cry of surprise. "Peacock! Chun Chun! Why did you come out so early?" A figure flew in from afar. Looking at the familiar figure, was it not their master, Jingfan Nun? Peacock and Chun Chun greeted with a smile and bowed. "We did not disappoint you. We passed the test of the Refining Heart Cave." Good. Jingfan Nun's eyes were almost filled with tears. She hoped that her 2 disciples could pass the test. However, she had been through the test herself and knew how difficult it was. She did not dare to have too much hope in her heart. Now that it had only been a few hours, she was worried and came to take a look. Who would have thought that? Both of her disciples came out and passed the test of the refining heart cave. Jing Fan Nun held the hands of her two disciples. She was a little choked up. Back then, she did not pass the test of the refining heart cave and had always been brooding. Now that her two disciples were so good, they came out of the refining heart cave safely as soon as the sky turned dark. She had mixed feelings. She was moved by the progress of a younger generation and also moved by the passing of time. The refining heart cave was meant to refine one's state of mind, but it had nothing to do with the improvement of the sutras. Therefore, Jing Fan Nun did not think that her disciples could use the extraordinary experience of the refining heart cave to improve their sutras to an unimaginable level. Jing Fan Nun also knew about the experience of the refining heart cave, so she did not ask them. Only Chun Chun held back for a moment. He really wanted to ask, so he asked in a low voice, "Master, when you came out of the refining heart cave, did your sutras, mortal sutras, change in any way?" Jing Fan Shirtai was startled and shook her head. Master was pushed out of the refining heart cave by the illusory formation in the early morning. He didn't pass it, so how could there be any progress in his mental cultivation method? Then he thought for a while and said, "However, I heard from the great elder and the hierarch that although the refining heart cave does not directly help one's cultivation, it has a direct and indirect effect on one's future cultivation. Only by passing the test of the refining heart cave can one become a direct disciple. Only then can one obtain the inheritance of our fragrant religion in the secret inheritance room." Peacock and Chun Chun both let out a cry of disbelief. "What's wrong?" Jing Fan was startled and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Chapter 856. After Zhang Xiaohua sent away the peacock and Chun Chun in his illusion, he took a deep breath and patted his chest. Smack, smack. His lips were bitten by the illusion of Chun Chun, and he touched his neck, which was bitten by the illusion of the peacock. A feeling of longing for more welled up in him. Zhang Xiaohua had never had such an erotic dream in his 18 years of life. He never thought that this dream would come true in the illusory array of the fragrance cult. Moreover, this erotic dream came like a violent storm. Even if Zhang Xiaohua could soar in the storm like a swallow, he was still caught off guard. It was just that. Zhang Xiaohua felt that this was not his dream, and it was not the Niet Xianyu who had feelings for him. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel even more incredulous, and he felt a little guilty. However, what was even more strange was that Zhang Xiaohua did not know that there were two inner disciples of Lingxiang Peak hidden in the depths of his consciousness. Chin Chin's, voluptuous, is really not bad. Peacock's skin is also good. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and looked at the place where the two disappeared just now. There was an inexplicable sense of melancholy in his heart. Was this an erotic dream without a trace? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua collected his thoughts and searched for the dream in this illusory array. It was just a pity that Zhang Xiaohua had just evolved the heavenly axiom in the illusory array. This was the truth of heaven and earth that was much more profound than the illusory array. Zhang Xiaohua had used the heavenly axiom to drive the illusory array and had already infiltrated a trace of the heavenly axiom into the illusory array. For someone who had comprehended the heavenly axiom, how could the illusory array extract any inner demons from his heart? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua searched for a long time and did not find any trace of the dream. Moreover, even Niet Xianyu was nowhere to be found. Strange, where did they all go? Just now they came one by one. Those who should come are here, and those who shouldn't come are here. Now, those who should have left are gone, and those who shouldn't have left are gone. This illusion array, why is it gone? By the way, besides Dream and Yellow Little Fishy, Peacock and Chin Chin are here. Why aren't Little Orange and Zhang Ping are here? Damn, this guy doesn't seem to be satisfied yet. However, when she thought of Zhang Pinger, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that she had been in this Li Chui Valley for a long time and did not know what the situation outside was like. Although Mei Suiying did not mention the time of the test, she guessed that it would be dark soon. She would not fall asleep in this Li Chui Valley, right? Forget it. I don't know where Meng has run off to. I'd better go out and take a look. I'll explain everything here clearly. When I'm free in the future, I'll come here to play. Having been in the illusory array for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew how to break the array. She cast a few incantations, and a passage appeared in the starry sky of the illusory array. Zhang Xiaohua rode the wind and went straight in. Outside the Li Chui Valley, the sky was completely dark. The few disciples who came to watch the fun in the morning had already left. Only two young girls stood there, letting the mountain wind blow their clothes into a mess. Needless to say, the girl was Zhang Pinger. She stared at the entrance of the valley, almost unable to take her eyes off it. The melancholy on her face was obvious. The other person was Zhang Pinger's sixth senior sister, Shui Linglong. Although Shui Linglong was also staring at the entrance of the valley, she obviously did not care. However, her gaze occasionally swept across Zhang Pinger's face, and there was some worry in it. Shui Linglong looked at the sky, lifted her collar, and patted Zhang Pinger. She said in a low voice, "Junior sister, don't wait. Those who enter this ghost valley rarely come out after 4 hours. Look at Ren Xiaoyao. From what you said, he should have been in there for 12 hours. He might have died inside. You see, third senior sister doesn't even want to wait here. You better go back with me." Third senior sister. She is really hateful. How can she treat senior? Junior brother Ren like this? Junior brother Ren is such a good person. He saved me 3 times and also saved Master's life. I only wanted to repay his kindness by forcefully bringing him from the pill opening hall to lingering fragrance peak. I originally wanted to, but I actually suffered from third senior sister's evil scheme. I will not let her off. I only quarreled with her for a few words, and she wants to kill him. Zhang Pinger was somewhat gnashing her teeth. Shui Linglong was speechless. Mei Sujin and Zhang Pinger were both her senior sisters. Although she had a good relationship with Zhang Pinger, if she was not done with Mei Sujin, she also had to think about it. Since things are like this, let's go back. Master and senior sister will come back tomorrow. This matter, let them decide. Zhang Pinger's eyes didn't leave the entrance of Li Chui Valley at all. She said very firmly, "Sixth senior sister, if you're bored, you can go back first. I still want to wait. Junior brother Ren's martial arts are very strong. This ghost valley definitely won't be able to stop him." But Shui Linglong was somewhat angry. But in this ghost valley, one can't escape just because their martial arts are high. Previously, didn't Mo Xiangong's disciple also die inside? Your junior brother Ren. How can he be compared to Mo Xiangong's disciple? Zhang Pinger slowly shook her head. Junior brother Ren's martial arts might not be as high as Mo Xiangong's disciple, but I have a premonition that he will definitely not let me wait in vain. Seventh junior sister, could it be that you have already turned into a devil? How can he come out alive? Furthermore, even if he comes out alive, how can you get what you want? Don't forget that you are the direct disciple of the deputy master of the Lihua Temple. Your status is very noble. Ren Xiaoyao is just a little medicine boy of the pill sprouting hall. Although he has some martial arts, he is the lowest disciple guarding the garden in the Lihua Temple. Even the disciple guarding the pill furnace can't compare with him. His master has already repaid his kindness by bringing him from the pill sprouting hall to the Lihua Temple. In the future, he still has to walk his own path. There are thousands of disciples in the Lihua Temple. How can he, a disciple with no background, stand out? Even if you want to be together with him, master, how can she agree? How can Mo Xiangong's elders agree? Hearing this, Zhang Pinger's face turned slightly red. She used her hand to tidy up her hair that was messed up by the mountain wind and slowly said, "Sixth senior sister is wrong. Since you have seen through my feelings, I don't mind telling you that the matter of being together with him is too far away. I don't dare to think too much about it. I, I only wish to be in the same hall as him and be able to see him every day. That is enough for me. Crazy, crazy. Shui Linglong stomped her feet with an exasperated look on her face. At this moment, a voice was heard. Is it senior sister Zhang? It's already so late. Why don't you go back to wash up and sleep? Senior brother? When Zhang Pinger heard the familiar voice, she was overjoyed. She screamed and threw herself at him. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face under the light, she threw herself into his arms without a care for anything else. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to dodge, but she didn't dare to. She would feel embarrassed if she didn't dodge. When Zhang Xiaohua's hot body was in his arms, Zhang Xiaohua could only hold the heavy sword with both hands and raise it up high. She didn't forget to rub her nose with one hand, as if she was in an illusion again. Senior brother? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's strange address, Shui Linglong frowned. When she saw Zhang Pinger's rudeness, she shook her head. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful appearance. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. When Shui Linglong walked in front of her, she coughed twice and said, 7 junior sister, this is the Fiery Palace. You are the direct disciple of the Fiery Palace. Zhang Pinger's tears of joy had already wet the front of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. Where her unbridled emotions were interrupted by Shui Linglong, she immediately felt ashamed. When Zhang Xiaohua's scent rushed in her nose again, Zhang Pinger immediately let go of her arms and took a few steps back. She stood silently in the darkness. Shui Linglong looked at Zhang Pinger and said to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, Junior brother Ren, congratulations. You have been in there for more than 12 hours. You actually came out alive. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Thank you, senior sister Shui. It was all thanks to you and senior sister Shui that I was able to escape safely. Junior brother Ren, did you encounter any danger in the Ghost Valley? Zhang Pinger asked timidly in the shadows. She was both concerned and embarrassed. Yes, but it's all in the past. It's good that I came out alive. Don't you think so, senior sister Zhang? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's words were the truth in Zhang Pinger's heart. Zhang Pinger immediately nodded. Yes, that's right. It's good that you came out alive. You didn't disappoint. She couldn't finish her sentence. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your concern, senior sister Zhang. It would have been good if I came out earlier. Chapter 857. When Zhang Xiaohua handed the ghost-face mushroom to Zhang Pinger, high above in the west of Lingxiang Peak, where the refining heart cave was located, Nanjing Fan couldn't hide the surprise on her face. She grabbed Chun Chun, who couldn't hide his joy, and asked in a loud voice, Chun Chun, say that again. You actually practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra to great success? Chun Chun was a little proud and flaunting. He nodded and said, That's right, master. I went through the tempering of my mind in the refining heart cave and broke through the bottleneck of the mental cultivation method. I achieved great success in one leap and got out of the illusory array. How is this possible? Jing Fan Shirtai frowned and said, The dreamland can only sharpen one's state of mind. It will be of great benefit to one's cultivation in the future. I've never heard of anyone being able to break through any bottleneck in the refining heart cave, let alone practice the technique to the highest level. When you entered the cave in the morning, although I didn't come, I knew clearly about your progress last night. Hee. Chun Chun hugged Nanjing Fan's arm and said with a smile, Why would I lie to you? Won't you know if you check? Nanjing Fan woke up from her dream and immediately checked. She also practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra and was very familiar with it. After a while, she found it even more unbelievable. Although Chan Chen's internal strength didn't have any obvious improvement, but the Mortal Heart Sutra was indeed practiced to great success. Even she, as her master, could not catch up. If there were no surprises, Chen Chan would have practiced the Mortal Heart Sutra to perfection in less than 10 years. How is this possible? How is this possible? Abbess Jing Fan mumbled, "It's only been a day, and she's already reached the realm of great success." Then Nanjing Fan asked Chun Chunyu, "What did you encounter in the refining heart cave?" Master Chun Chan said coquettishly, "This is disciple's privacy. You, don't ask." As soon as Nanjing Fan said this, she also regretted it. She knew the secret inside. She knew that although Chun Chan was straightforward, he would definitely not answer this question. While Abbess Jing Fan had yet to recover from her shock and was still complaining about the unfairness of the heavens, Chun Chin smiled and asked Peacock, "Senior, you came out earlier than me, have you? Have you improved your heart technique?" Chin Chin was showing off a little. Her martial arts had never been as high as Peacock's, and her cultivation method was also a few notches lower. Now that she had made the great leap, of course, she wanted to show off in front of her senior. When Abbess Jing Fan heard this, she also asked, "That's right, Peacock. How's your heart technique?" Peacock was silent for a moment. She seemed to be organizing her words and hesitating at the same time. Seeing this, Master Jing Fan comforted her. "It's okay, Peacock. Your junior sister Chin Chun is just an anomaly. Don't complain about it. Just focus on your cultivation and you won't fall behind her." Chin Chin was very happy, but she complained, "Master, look at what you're saying. Can't my martial arts be better than senior?" At this time, Peacock opened her mouth and said, "Junior, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. Master, my mortal heart technique has been perfected." "What?" This was Master Jing Fan's surprise. How is that possible? This was Chin Chin's doubt towards Peacock. She also told Peacock what Master Jing Fan said. Master Jing Fan immediately checked, and sure enough, it was the same as Chin Chin's. There were no special changes in her martial arts and internal energy. Her heart technique had indeed been perfected. This was the realm that countless disciples of Mo Xian Temple had been pursuing for thousands of years. It was also the realm that Master Jing Fan dreamed of, but could never reach. When Chun Chin saw this, she panicked and asked, "Senior, what did you encounter in the refining heart cave?" "What? It wasn't easy for me to become stronger than you. How did you leave me so far behind?" Peacock's face was burning, but she said, "Junior, are you confused? How can you talk about what happened in the refining heart cave?" Chin Chin was also stunned. Of course, he had been tight-lipped in front of his master. How could Peacock talk about it? After that, Chun Chan extinguished the thought of getting to the bottom of the matter. After a while, Chun Chin's gloomy mood disappeared. Even if Peacock was much better than him, wasn't he also one of the few disciples who had perfected the mortal heart technique in the past 1,000 years? After a long time, the petrified Master Jing Fan woke up from her shock and melancholy. She looked at the two disciples that she had raised lovingly and smiled. "I forgot to quickly tell this good news to the leader. Our fragrant religion has produced an extremely talented disciple this time. The inheritance of Lingxiang Peak will not be lost. You two wait here for the other senior and junior sisters to come out." After that, she didn't wait for them to speak and used her qing gong to rush to the top of the mountain. Peacock and Chun Chin smiled when they saw that their master was so emotional. It was already late at night, and an elder was sitting cross-legged in the distance. He was meditating with his eyes closed and did not pay any attention to what Master Jing Fan and the others had said. In front of the refining heart cave, only Chun Chun and Peacock stood there alone. Fortunately, the two of them were standing in front and behind each other so they could talk. After Abbess Jing Fan left, Chun Chun was about to grab hold of Peacock and pester her to ask how she managed to master the Mortal Heart Sutra in such a short time. However, just as he reached out and was about to ask, he remembered what Peacock said. "That's right. It's just my own experience. It's an anomaly. Who would have thought that my nemesis would be the guy who held the girl's hand, kissed her on the lips, and even said her marriage? How did he leave an impression in my heart? I only saw him as a person who could talk. He's just a little medicine boy in the pill expanding hall. Now, he's only been recognized by Elder Sage. He's just a disciple on duty at Shirshing Peak. He's really too far away from me. How How was it possible? Still, he was so handsome in the illusion. That martial arts. TSK, TSK. It's incredible. If I have a husband like him, it's worth it. Sigh, it's just an illusion. How could he know such profound martial arts? And that ethereal heavenly axiom? That stellar transposition. Sigh, how could a country bumpkin like him know that? Sigh, if I can live in an illusion, I won't regret it for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Chun blushed shyly. Everything that happened in the illusion should not be described to others. It was the most secretive thing in her heart. Senior sister, what did you encounter? Chun thought of her own romantic experience. She was curious about other people's privacy, but it was not appropriate to ask. Peacock stood there quietly. The wind of human mountain blew her clothes, but could not blow up the veil covering her face. Her expression could not be seen. For a moment, in front of the refining heart cave, on the seemingly desolate mountain peak, the two sisters were filled with thoughts. They lowered their heads and did not speak. Perhaps only God knew that these two poor sisters were thinking of the same person. And this person was sitting cross-legged in a secluded hut, taking stock of the day's harvest. First, he took out the small pitch-black bead. He had already seen this thing in the cave. Now, even if he used his divine sense with all his might, he could not penetrate it. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua took out a small jade box and put the pitch-black bead away. Then, he used the most effective technique he had at the moment. After that, it was the strange herbs that she had picked from the cave. They looked very old, and Zhang Xiaohua did not know the use of them. Zhang Xiaohua did not hurry to organize them. Instead, she took out the compendium of herbs and quickly skimmed through the parts that she had not seen before. Sure enough, in this jade scroll, not to mention the ghost face mushroom, there was nothing similar to these strange herbs. Moreover, from the compendium of herbs, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely felt that the ghost face mushroom, as well as those picked from the cave in the Ghost Valley, were not the same as ordinary herbs at all. Maybe it's because of the black fog, and the herbs that are usually used absorb the essence of heaven and earth? But this black fog is formed by the black gas that comes from underground. Could it be that this black gas is the same as the essence of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. No, the delusion breaker, I could only see things related to the essence of heaven and earth. Even a living person could not see it. Since it could clearly see the black gas that was as thin as gossamer, then this black gas must be extraordinary. Thinking about how little yellow used to rely on vitality stones to survive, and now could absorb the black fog, black gas, and even that white thing, connecting all these together, it was easy to conclude that the black gas was also the essence of heaven and earth. Regardless of the essence of heaven and earth, these herbs are all precious. Who knows when they will be of use? It's better to keep them well. By the time she finished keeping the herbs, it was already very late. However, thinking about the day's harvest, Zhang Xiaohua was still in high spirits. I wonder where this Yu Zhuochuan came from. I should ask Zhang Pinger who this Jing Gang is. Seeing how fearless he is, he must be a well-known figure on Lingering Fragrance Peak. TSK, that illusion array is really not bad. If I'm not practicing in the future, I might as well enjoy myself in it. Anyway, it's all fake, and no one will know. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a wretched smile. There was a gorgeous palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Although it wasn't dazzling, it was simple and elegant to the extreme. Every single brick and tile of the palace emitted a graceful and luxurious aura. There were countless pavilions within the palace that were brightly lit, and in the surroundings of the pavilions, there was a gurgling stream, a small bridge, and the occasional red-crowned cranes that walked about emitted a serene and dignified aura. This was precisely Mo Shui Palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. In the main hall of Mo Xin Palace, there were only a few people. An old woman in a palace robe was sitting at the front. The veil on her face hid her expression, but her tone was filled with surprise. What? Both Peacock and Chun had joined the battle? And his mortal heart mantra has improved greatly? Chapter 858. Yes, senior sister. Peacock and Chun Chun are outside the Refining Heart Cave, waiting for the other disciples to come out. Just now, I have already checked. Their mortal mantra has already reached an inconceivable height. I am ashamed to say that even I have never cultivated to their current level. I'm ashamed. Junior sister Jing Fan, you're thinking too much. Everyone has their own destiny. Junior sister just hasn't had the right time yet, so it's nothing. Besides, there's an old saying, the pupil surpasses the master. If the disciples aren't as good as the masters, then how can our fragrant religion be passed down from generation to generation and prosper? Jing Fan's face turned cold. She bowed and said, "Thank you for your warning, senior sister. I'll remember it." Well, since the two of them have passed the primary selection and the Mortal Heart technique has reached great success, this time's primary selection can be said to be perfect and, the matter of the inheritance can be considered settled. The hierarch's laughter was loud and clear. "Congratulations, hierarch," an old woman next to her said. "In the past, we had to first worry about the primary selection, then worry about the inheritance. Today, these two children have really done well. They actually managed to overcome all the obstacles in the Refining Heart Cave. It's really the blessing of the 10,000 years of fragrant religion's ancestors." Another masked elder also smiled. "Hierarch, it can be seen that the time for our fragrant religion to prosper has arrived." The hierarch laughed and waved her hand. "Although it's a joyous occasion, and we can also inherit our immortal heart technique, it's still too early to say that it will prosper." Then she looked outside the palace, looking at the dark night. She said with some melancholy, "In the past 10,000 years, the world has changed greatly. The immortal heart technique's world yuan qi has greatly decreased. Although our fragrant religion is blessed by the heavens, with the immortal heart technique's restrictions and formations, it's already difficult to retain a bit of world yuan qi on the 19 peaks. What's more, the aroma sect has an inheritance palace, and the secret rooms inside guarantee that each generation will have 1 or 2 disciples who practice the immortal Tao arts. Although the immortal Tao arts can't be used often, it's still an inheritance, and can guarantee that the aroma sect won't be wiped out in the Jianghu. Yes, the immortal heart technique is too powerful. No matter how high your martial arts are, it's still reduced in front of the immortal heart technique. Perhaps this is the main reason why our fragrant religion has been able to stand for 10,000 years. But the heart technique's room has a limited amount of primordial stones. I don't know how long it can last. Even this sect-protecting grand formation, to be honest, I'm not sure about it. The heart technique's appearance, Jianghu is. This is the prophecy of an immortal Tao senior. Now that the great sect-protecting formation is becoming more and more stable, even the opening time has gradually become fixed. Although it is not the same as before, it can be considered normal. This concerns the survival of our fragrant religion. Everything is important. The hierarch said solemnly, "These are troubled times. Those rascals who sneaked into our fragrant religion have been making a lot of moves recently. If it weren't for the fact that we have to find the source and that the inheritance is more important, we would have eliminated them long ago." After thinking for a while, the hierarch said, "What's the situation in the ruins of Huan?" An elder bowed and said, "Hierarch, according to the disciple guarding the place, there were some movements in the ruins of Huan on the day of the heavenly thunder, but he can't be sure that the heavenly thunder has something to do with the ruins of Huan." How would he know? The hierarch sneered, "What heavenly thunder? It's clearly an attack from a Dharma artifact." The attack was so sharp that even the peak protecting formation couldn't block it. What else could it be other than that thing in the ruins of Huan? Could it be that someone from the immortal path sneaked into our fragrant religion and tried to kill a weak disciple? Hierarch, you're right. Only an attack from that thing could have such power. It's just that this thing has been in the ruins of Huan for so many years without any movements. We don't even know what that thing is or what it looks like. How could it suddenly? The hierarch waved his hand and said worriedly, "Isn't this what I'm worried about? It's because of that thing's inexplicable problems that we're rushing the direct selection to confirm the inheritance. No matter what happens, you and I won't become sinners of the fragrant religion. Hierarch, you're wise. All the elders bowed and saluted. The elders have also worked hard. After a few hours, the direct selection will end. You should also let the hall masters of the various halls return and let them rest for a few days. Then we can discuss how to eliminate the rascals who have sneaked into the cult and the matter of entering Huan Su. Yes, Hierarch. Everyone was respectful. Early in the morning, the rising sun broke through the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes in the secluded little house. At the same time, in front of the refining heart cave at the western foot of Lingxiang Peak, there was another female disciple in a purple palace dress beside Peacock and Chen. The three of them were sitting cross-legged. When they saw the sunlight, they immediately stood up from the ground. There was a soft clang, and the mysterious pattern that had been spinning for 24 hours stopped. Then, like rolling clouds, it surged toward the pitch-black cave entrance. When the light and pattern were about to disappear, there was a clear humph sound. Dozens of light threads shot out from the pitch-black cave and nailed themselves around Peacock and the others. Chen and the others seemed to have been warned and did not move. In a few breaths, the dozens of disciples who had entered the cave earlier suddenly appeared where they were standing. However, at this time, they were in different forms. The moment the disciples of Mo Xian Palace appeared in front of the refining heart cave, the light threads on their bodies were retracted. The mysterious pattern began to slowly spin around the cave entrance. The rotation seemed slow, but was actually very fast. In just a moment, the cave entrance was sealed. With a paw sound, a black shadow shot out from the sealed cave entrance. The hierarch, who had been standing at the side, waved his hand. The black shadow that was about to fly away immediately changed direction and flew directly into the hierarch's hand. At this time, at the cave entrance, a few illusory shadows flashed and a stone tablet appeared. It had returned to its original state of not being opened yesterday. Looking at the dozens of female disciples of Mo Xian Palace who were pushed out of the illusion array, they were all lying on the ground in different postures. Their expressions were very strange. Some were happy, some were sad, some were angry, some were as calm as water, some had their almond eyes wide open. Looking at their clothes, most of them were in a mess. Some were bare-chested, some were flirtatious, and some were even half undressed. In short, there was no one to speak of. Of course, there were also a few female disciples who were sitting cross-legged. However, the expressions on their faces were also very varied. It was as if they were fighting against their own inner demons. Peacock, Chen, and the disciple who passed the official selection were all flushed under their veils as they thought of all their experiences. On the other hand, the sect leader and a few elders were calm. They methodically walked into the crowd of disciples and sealed their acupuncture points. After that, they tidied up everyone's clothes. Then, they clapped their hands, and dozens of other female disciples came in a line from afar. They brought the disciples who had passed the direct selection out. After everything was tidied up, Jing Yi came in front of Peacock and the others. Looking at the third disciple, she was surprised. "Yin, I didn't expect. You also passed the official selection. Not bad, not bad." The female disciple lowered her head and said shyly, "Thank you, Hierarch, for your praise. It's all because of Master's teachings." Xuezhen has always been in charge of the affairs of the labor camp. I know that. I didn't expect her to have taught such a good disciple. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked, "In the refining heart cave, the heart technique you practiced, did it make any progress?" Yin's face was blank. "No, Hierarch. I heard Master say that the refining heart cave is a trial of the mind. How could it have any effect on the heart technique?" Then, she thought of something and turned her head to look at Peacock and Chen. Jing Yi clapped her hands and said, "Good. No matter what, this year's official selection greatly exceeded our expectations. There were actually 3 disciples who stood out. This can be considered as making up for the lack of results of the official selection for the past 50 years. All right, Peacock, Chun Chun, Yin, you all go back and rest. In a few days, go to the Inheritance Palace and carry out the inheritance ceremony. Let's see which one of you can inherit my fragrance sex legacy. Yes, we will follow Hierarch's orders. The three of them bowed. Below the Lingxiang Peak in the Firely Hall, a woman in palace attire sat high up on the throne. She smiled at the woman beside her, who was also masked. Junior Sisterine, these few days of the official selection have been hard on you. Hierarch has ordered you to rest for a few more days. The woman shook her head and said, "It's nothing. The official selection is related to the inheritance of our fragrance sect, who wouldn't do their best. Fortunately, Immerse Palace has 3 disciples who passed the official selection. This is better than the previous 10 years of hard work. Isn't that right? Elder Jingfan has 2 disciples all of a sudden, and even Abbess Shuezhen has a disciple. They both have good lives. Just look at my good-for-nothing disciples. If they were half as good as them, I would be satisfied. Senior Sister Hua, you can't say that. Every disciple has their own characteristics. They can't be lumped together." Hall Master Hua waved her hand. "Forget it, Junior Sisterine. Don't say it. I have heard you say this for decades. You have 7 good disciples, especially the youngest, Zhang Pinger. TSK. She is so considerate to you. She even rushed to the Yulon Grand Canyon for your illness. How can I not be envious?" Speaking of this, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. I just heard from the disciples patrolling the mountain that your 3rd disciple, Mei Sujin, used our Firely Hall's Lai Chui Valley yesterday. It seems that she was testing the martial arts of some disciple. That Lai Chui Valley is also known as the Ghost Valley. Go back and ask, why did she use that place?" Vice-Hall Master Yin's expression changed greatly. She quickly got up and said, "Understood, Senior Sister. I will immediately go back and investigate. I will report back to you." Chapter 859. Lihua Temple. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Vice Temple Master Yin sat with a veil on her face. She looked at the disciple in front of her and asked in a deep voice, "Suing, why do you want to use Li Chui Valley? Tell me." Mei Suing raised her head to look at her master, then looked at the expressionless eldest senior sister. She smiled and said, "It's nothing, Master. It's just that the day before you went to Immerse Palace, eldest senior sister told me to do something." Vice Temple Master Yin frowned and turned to ask, "Zhuiqi, why did you call Suing?" "Me?" Eldest senior sister Han Zhuiqi obviously didn't expect her to be involved. She was stunned and looked at Mei Suing strangely. When Mei Suing saw this, she immediately smiled and said, "Eldest senior sister, did you forget? Didn't you say a few days ago that Master told you to do something? You wanted to go to Immerse Palace with Master, but you were afraid that 7th junior sister would be anxious, so you told me?" Han Zhuiqi slapped her forehead and said, "That's right, Master. Didn't you tell me to test the martial arts of that alchemy disciple called Xiao Yao? This disciple was recommended by 7th junior sister and can be considered Master's savior. Disciple is going to Immerse Palace with Master. I was afraid that Ping would be anxious, so I chatted with 3rd junior sister. If Ping couldn't find us, I would let 3rd junior sister test for me. However, she immediately understood and turned pale with fright. 3rd junior sister, you wouldn't let this disciple go to Ghost Valley, would you?" "Why wouldn't I? He's going to Ghost Valley." Vice Temple Master Yin coldly snorted and said, "Even the Temple Master knows." "Temple Master knows." Mei Suing was also stunned. She immediately smiled and said, "Master, eldest senior sister, I'm just being kind. You see, no one has entered Li Chui Valley for a long time. There must be mountains of herbs inside. Letting Rin Xiaoyao take advantage of the opportunity to go in and pick some, isn't it the best of both worlds? Furthermore, Sir Cult Leader has personally said that a martial arts test is a must. Disciple has thought for a long time, but still could not think of any test that fits Sir Cult Leader's taste. I only feel that testing martial arts in this Lai Chui Valley can show Sir Cult Leader's benevolence. Deputy Hall Master Ian didn't seem to be interested in asking so many questions. He waved his hand and said, "What are the results of the test? Did that Ren Xiaoyao come out alive?" Mei Suing shook her head slightly. Disciple waited for 8 hours but didn't see any movement, so I came back first. 7th junior sister and 6th junior sister are standing guard over there. This disciple doesn't know the exact outcome. However, there are very few people in Li Chui Valley who can last for 6 hours. This disciple feels that. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Ian couldn't help but speak harshly. "Mei Sujin, don't you think you've gone too far?" Seeing that Vice Hall Master Ian was angry, Mei Sujin immediately stood up and bowed. Disciple knows her wrongs. "Master, please punish me." "You?" Vice Hall Master Ian smiled bitterly. "No matter what, Ren Xiaoyao is Master Savior. Your 7th junior sister did everything she could to get him to Distant Fire Hall. You, on the other hand, died a few days later. If I had known earlier, why would I have asked Sir Cult Leader for help?" "Master," disciple also, without waiting for Mei Sujin to finish speaking, a voice came from outside. "Master, eldest senior sister, you're finally back. You have to uphold justice for me." 2 women flew in. Wasn't the one who was shouting in front Zhang Pinger? Vice Hall Master Ian shook his head. "Whoever you say will arrive." This lingering fragrance peak is really strange. As soon as she saw the pavilion, Zhang Pinger threw herself to the ground and cried, "Master, you have to uphold justice for me." 3rd senior sister, she used her position to avenge a private grudge. Mei Sujin was anxious and argued, "Master, don't listen to her nonsense. When did I use my position to avenge a private grudge?" Vice Hall Master Ian glared at her and said angrily, "Shut up." Then he comforted Zhang Pinger. "Pinger, don't be anxious. Speak slowly." Thus, Zhang Pinger sobbed and told him about how she and Zhang Xiaohua met Mei Sujin that day. Vice Hall Master Ian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at Mei Sujin again and said with a smile, "Your 3rd senior sister was only joking with you. How could you take it seriously? Even if you offended Sujin that day, she wouldn't be so ruthless just because of a few words from Ren Xiaoyao. Just now, your 3rd senior sister had already told Master the whole story. She only wanted to borrow Ren Xiaoyao's luck to pick more herbs. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? So, even if your 3rd senior sister was wrong, it was an unintentional mistake. She didn't really want to take Ren Xiaoyao's life. Sigh, this Ren Xiaoyao was such a good child. It's all my fault. Pinger, I think this child's body is also gone. Make a cenotaph for him. When it's finished, Master will also burn incense for him." Zhang Pinger listened to Master's words. At first, she nodded, then shook her head. When she heard the last few words, she was even more puzzled. She wiped her tears and asked curiously, "Ren Xiaoyao is dead? Master, did 3rd senior sister curse him in front of you again?" At this time, not only Vice Hall Master Ian, but Han Zhuoqi and Mei Sujin were also surprised. "Ren Xiaoyao, he's not dead?" Seeing everyone's surprise, Zhang Pinger felt better. She said proudly, "Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are very good. How could a mere Ghost Valley take his life? If he's not dead, why are you crying?" Vice Hall Master Ian turned his head and looked at Shui Linglong, who came with Zhang Pinger. "Your 7th junior sister is right." "Yes, Master. I also saw it with my own eyes." Shui Linglong bowed and answered, "Ha, good. Linglong, go and call Ren Xiaoyao here." After Shui Linglong went out, Zhang Pinger took out the ghost face mushroom that Zhang Xiaohua gave her yesterday and said, "Not only did Ren Xiaoyao come out, but he also picked a 500-year-old ghost face mushroom." With a hiss, Vice Hall Master Ian sucked in a breath of cold air. "There's actually a 500-year-old ghost face mushroom." "Yes, Master." Ren Xiaoyao risked his life to pick it. According to him, he almost lost his life. Zhang Pinger said pitifully, "But this still doesn't meet 3rd senior sister's requirement. 3rd senior sister wants Ren Xiaoyao, to pick a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom to pass. Woo, master. This is the reason why I'm crying. Ridiculous. Vicehall Master Ying glared at Mei Suying for the third time. Mei Suying's face turned red. Don't cry, Pinger. Master made the decision to let Ren Xiaoyao pass the Li Chui Valley's martial arts test. Zhang Pinger's face was slightly red, but there was joy in her eyes. She said, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." What kindness? Ren Xiaoyao has the strength. Of course he passed. Vicehall Master Yin said with a smile. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua followed Shui Linglong to the pavilion on the water. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the entrance of the pavilion from afar and greeted everyone. Soon after, Vicehall Master Yin said, "Ren Xiaoyao, congratulations on passing the martial arts test. You can take off your status as a reserve alchemy disciple. In a while, I will send someone to report to Mo Shuigong. Your waste token will be sent tomorrow. You are now an official alchemy disciple of the Li Hua Palace Hall." Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Vicehall Master, for your support." Vicehall Master Yin said with a smile, "It's all your credit. You don't have to thank me. I saw that you passed through the Li Chui Valley yesterday. It seems like you didn't suffer any injuries." "Oh, your lips seem to be injured." Zhang Xiaohua's lips and neck were bitten yesterday. However, his body's self-healing ability was very strong. He recovered more than half of his body in one night. Only the teeth marks on his lips could be faintly seen. If it was a normal day, Vicehall Master Yin might not know. However, when he heard that Su Mo had passed through the Ghost Valley, he couldn't help but look carefully. Zhang Xiaohua touched his lips awkwardly and said, "Yesterday, I accidentally fell down in the Li Chui Valley." Vicehall Master Yin didn't pursue the matter. He only said, "Then tell me about what happened yesterday." Okay. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this moment would come. He had already planned it in his heart. He only told Vicehall Master Yin about what happened yesterday. What? What did you say? The black fog in the Li Chui Valley has dissipated? Vicehall Master Yin stood up and asked in shock. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why Vicehall Master Yin was so nervous. He rubbed his nose and said, "Vicehall Master, think about it. If the black fog did not dissipate, how could I have the ability to pick the ghost face mushroom at the bottom of the valley?" Good. This can be considered a great contribution. Vicehall Master Yin turned to Han Zhuiqi and said, "Zhuiqi, quickly go and confirm it. If it's true, immediately report to Mo Shuigong. The disappearance of the ghost fog in the Ghost Valley might be related to the fragrant cult." After Han Zhuiqi took the order and left, Deputy Hall Master Yin asked again, "Ren Xiaoyao, since you didn't encounter the ghost fog at all, there is naturally no danger. But why didn't you come out immediately after picking up the ghost face mushroom? Instead, you stayed in there until it was dark?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed embarrassedly, reporting to Vicehall Master, "Senior Mei wanted a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom. This is obviously not the ghost face mushroom. I searched the valley 3 times, but it was a waste of time. And what? And the night before yesterday, I heard that there was going to be a test yesterday. I was too excited and did not sleep well. Plus, I was tired from wandering around the Li Chui Valley. So, I sat in a place facing the sun and fell asleep. Everyone was speechless. What kind of person is this?" After a long while, Vicehall Master Yin finally came to his senses. He clapped his hands and said, "What a lucky person." Then he thought for a moment and said, "However, Ren Xiaoyao, although you are an alchemy disciple of the Li Hua Temple, you must strictly follow the rules of the temple. Step by step, I cannot give you too much help." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "That is natural. I am willing to follow the rules of the Li Hua Temple." Good. As an alchemy disciple, you will start by guarding the garden. After you have learned the basics of watering, you can enter the pill room and learn the basic alchemy techniques. Guard the garden? A garden to grow herbs? It seemed that Zhang Xiaohua had always been fated to grow herbs. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.